Good evening. Difficulties you are experiencing is not the fault of what you are experiencing now is not the fault of your receiver, nor the internet. You have been specifically selected. We have assumed control for another edition of Night Owls. So put your red light on and breathe in us light of the whole other star.
Get the shit. You get the shit with me. Me? Shit.
Hello everybody, it's Greg here. We got a good show tonight. We're going to do a live chat about 11. And until then, I hope you enjoy this history video. I'll see you in an hour. Chatting at 11 p.m. So hopefully we can get Rick, Andy, and Neil to join us. Paulie, Val, anyone else. Come on,
Are 1,000 years missing in our history? According to Professor Gunnar Heinzen, there is, amongst others, and Immanuel Velikovsky. According to Professor Heinzen, 700 years are missing in the 1st century AD. All the architecture is the same, the basilica, titling, as far as digging down and finding the 6th century and then digging a little further in 5th and 4th and so on. 35,000 archaeological sites, and not one of them shows at all. They're all right next to each other. He pretty much just dunks it. It's hard to refute, but they had some good times in the Roman times. Bathroom situation was pretty damn barbaric. One learns the real reason stilts were invented. That's a good one. They'd just have a shat right there out on the street. All right, well, let's start out with a few things. You know, most of us thought that there was this big 2 million year ice age. Some Neanderthals appeared, punctuated with a brief period where a species of humanoid called Cro-Magnon came and apparently went, but not before they were able to go down into the caves all over Europe, paint these ridiculously good paintings. Even though their brains were bigger than modern humans, they disappeared.
Lord, it's a miracle! and vanished like a fart in the wind.
That in itself is a head scratcher for me. Gunnar says that these three cataclysms that they are saying happened in the 2nd, 6th, and 9th centuries are actually just one. 3 have been reported. The evidence does not say that. The Vikings, the sailing people, they didn't get square sails until 700 years after the Romans had them, which doesn't make sense. The Vikings were a sea people. The buildings, the language, the wares, glass, pottery, the same, all over the board. When you cross-reference the study of ancient history, just using mainstream, it's pretty easy to see that there was indeed some major bleepery going on back then, 15th, 16th, 17th centuries. So what we'll do is we'll summarize some key figures and events. We'll look at Joseph Scaliger, the Reformation, and the 30 Years' War. And we'll take a look at some of Fomenko's findings. Let's get going. Baalbek. In the valley that gives birth to 2 rivers of Syria, the Orontes flowing to the north and the Litani flowing to the south and west, between the mountains of Lebanon and anti-Lebanon, where roads from Palestine in the south, Damascus in the east, and the sea coast there to Hamath in upper Syria, lie the ruins of Baalbek. When we compare ruins of Baalbek with those of many ancient cities which we visited in Italy, Greece, Egypt, and in other parts of Asia and Africa, we cannot help thinking to be the remains of the boldest plan we ever saw attempted in architecture. Is it not strange, then, that the age and the undertaker of the works in which solidity and duration have been so remarkably consulted should be a matter of such obscurity? From the time when this was first written, in the 50s of the 18th century, up until today, nothing was added to dispel the obscurity which envelops the origin of this temple city. The excavations undertaken there brought no solution to the problem of its origin or the nature of its cult. No early inscriptions were found. Throngs of travelers who spend their day wandering among the ruins of a magnificent acropolis go away without having heard what the role of the place was in ancient times, when it was built, or who was the builder. The pyramids, the temples of Karnak or Luxor, the Forum, and Circus Maximus in Rome were erected by builders. Identity is generally known. The marvelous site in the valley on the junction of roads running to Hamath is a work of anonymous authors in unknown ages. It is as if some mysterious people brought the mighty blocks and placed them in front of the snow-capped Lebanon and went away unnoticed. The inhabitants of the place actually believe that the great stones were brought and put together by Genin, mysterious creatures, intermediate between angels and demons. Solomon's Baalbek. Local tradition, which may be traced to the early Middle Ages, points to a definite period in the past when Baalbek was built, the time of Solomon. Ildrisi, the Arab geographer, wrote, "The great temple city of astonishing appearance was built in the time of Solomon." Ghazwani explained the origin of the edifices of the name of the place by connecting it with Balkis, the legendary queen of the south, and with Solomon. The traveler Robert Wood, who stayed at Baalbek in the 1750s and who published an unsurpassed monograph on its ruins, wrote, "The inhabitants of this country, Mohammedans, Jews, and Christians, all confidently believe that Solomon built both Palmyra and Baalbek." Another traveler who visited Syria in the 80s of the 18th century recorded, "The inhabitants of Baalbek assert that this edifice was constructed by Genin, or genies, in the service of King Solomon." Some scholars looking for Baalbek in the scriptures identified it with Baal-Haman, referred to in the Song of Songs. And again, Baal-Haman is supposed to be another name for Baal-Lath or Baal-Jad. Also, Baal Zaphon, or Zeus Cassius, was proposed as Baalbek. In this connection, it can be said that, according to the Talmud, Jad, G-A-D, was the name of the planet Jupiter, and Zeus Cassius signifies Jupiter of Lebanon. And Haman was supposed to be a Syrian form of the name Ammon, who according to the Greek authors was Zeus Jupiter. All this together, if correct, points toward the cult of Jupiter in Baalbek.
Then this place had to have been occupied. Jupiter was still close to the Earth and not exactly a gas giant planet yet, but either a hot Jupiter or a sub-brown dwarf star.
The Skeptics. The study of antiquity started as a debate about fraud. Italian scholar Nanni had published fake sources and caused quite a debate, especially because he also introduced the distinction between primary and secondary sources. This man was not an ordinary fraudster, whose discovery might easily be set aside. It took a long chronological debate to find out what was wrong. In the meantime, scholars learned to look for these sources of sources. Although there were hardly any primary sources from antiquity, we might try to approach them. Although the foundations of a more reliable study of the distant past were being laid, the basic response to unmasking of Nanni was skepsis. The 17th century witnessed the rise of a kind of historical skepsis that is sometimes called a historical Pyrrhonism. Ironically, the idea that antiquity could not be understood was named after a philosopher from the very day and age whose works are lost, Pyrrho of Elis, 360 to 270 BC, the founder of a philosophical system called skepsis. His point of departure had been that we cannot fully understand nature. You can see that lightning strikes, but don't hear the sound at the same moment. The straight pole suddenly looks crooked when you put it into a pool of water. Nature is incomprehensible. The implication is that you cannot establish with absolute certainty whether a statement about it is false or true, and that means that it is impossible to establish a system of ethical precepts, at least not if you want to base it on reality. The true lover of wisdom accepted this uncertainty and postponed his judgment. Nothing was certain. The philosophy of Pyrrho, which was only known indirectly, became incredibly popular in the 16th and 17th centuries. The discovery of the Americas had shown that the ancient authorities were not infallible. The Reformation had shown that religious truths were subject to debate, and wars of religion showed the consequences. Skepsis was the true wisdom, and indeed, skeptical authors like Montaigne are still being read. So how much did we know about antiquity? Protestant authors were quick to point out how many Catholic ideas were just plainly wrong. Those papists believe in purgatory, but for that, there's no biblical evidence. The Church of Rome also venerated the saints, but most legends were invented in medieval times. Secular authors started to ask similar questions. What did we actually know about Homer or Socrates? Other scholars had different questions. How much did we know about antiquity? If most of our manuscripts were medieval, Polizeno's ideas about reconstructing ancient texts from many medieval manuscripts were not really well known. How could you establish the difference between legend and fact? What actually was a fact? These questions were put forward in books like
François de la Mauvaise du Peu de Certitude Quilya dans l'Histoire on the little certainty we have about the past, 1668, or Louis de Beaufort's Sur l'incertitude des 5 premiers siècles de l'Histoire romaine,
1738. The uncertainty about the first 5 centuries of Roman history. Often, the examples offered by those authors were quite funny. Why on earth did Romulus have to abduct Sabine women if he really was as handsome as the ancient authors wrote? Much of this criticism was well argued and quite correct. True, Polizeno had created a way to look beyond the medieval copies of the ancient texts. Scaliger had established the basic principles of the study of ancient chronology. As we will see in later installments of this series, the study of inscriptions and coins would more or less corroborate the information of those contested ancient authors. What would a coin have to do with an author? That was the future. In the 17th century, the study of antiquity was in great trouble. The historical Pyrrhonists may have been too skeptical about our knowledge, but they asked a very, very good question. All of the ancient literary works have been burned. Joseph Justus Scaliger, August 5th, 1540 to January 21st, 1609, was a French religious leader and scholar known for expanding the notion of classical history from Greek and ancient Roman history to include Persian, Babylonian, Jewish, ancient Egyptian history. He spent the last 16 years of his life in the Netherlands. After his father's death, he spent 4 years at the University of Paris. For 2 months, he found he was not in a position to profit from the lectures of the greatest Greek scholar of the time. He read Homer in 21 days and went through all other Greek poets, orators, historians, forming a grammar for himself as he went along. Don't we all? From Greek, at the suggestion of Jan Postel, he proceeded to attack Hebrew and then Arabic. Of both, he acquired respectable knowledge. His most important teacher was Jean Durac. He was able not only to impart knowledge, but also kindle enthusiasm in Scaliger. It was to Durac that Scaliger owed his home for the next 30 years of his life. For the 1563, the professor recommended him to Louis de Cassinger, the young lord of La Roche-Posay, as a companion in his travel Roche-Posay on their way. Scaliger formed an unfavorable opinion of the English. Their inhumane disposition and inhospitable treatment of foreigners especially made a negative impression on him. He was also disappointed in finding only a few Greek manuscripts and a few learned men. Later period, he became intimate with Richard Thompson and other Englishmen in the course of his travels. He had become a Protestant.
On his return to France, he spent 3 years with the Chastainers, accompanying them into their different
chateaux
and Poitou, as the calls of the Civil War required. In 1570, he accepted the invitation of Jacques Cujas and proceeded to Valence, jurisprudence under the greatest living jurist. Here he remained 3 years, profiting not only by the lectures but even more by the library of Cujas, which filled no fewer than 7 or 8 rooms and included 500 manuscripts.
The massacre of St. Bartholomew, occurring as he was about to accompany the Bishop of Valence on an embassy to Poland, made Scaliger flee, together with other Huguenots, for Geneva, where he was appointed a professor in the academy. He lectured on the
organon of Aristotle and the De Finibus of Cicero to much satisfaction for the students, but not appreciating it himself. He hated lecturing and was bored with the importunities of the fanatical preachers. And in 1574 he returned to France and made
his home for the next 20 years with Chastainer of his life. During this period we have interesting details and notices in the letters from cases inedited to Joseph Scaliger, edited by
no access to libraries,
and frequently separated even from his own books. His life during this period seems most unsuited to study. He had, however, what so few contemporary scholars possessed in leisure, and freedom from financial cares.
I know, right?
Academic output. It was during this period of his life that he composed and published his books of historical criticism. His editions of the Catalecta, 1575, of Festus, 1575, of Catullius, Tabelius, and Propertius, 1577, are the work of a man determined to discover the real meaning and force of his author. He was the first to lay down and apply sound rules of criticism and emendation, and to change textual criticism from a series of haphazard guesses into a rational procedure subject to fixed laws. Mark Pattison. These works, while proving Scaliger's right to the foremost place among his contemporaries as Latin scholar and critic, did not go beyond mere scholarship. It was reserved for his edition of Manilius, 1579, and his De Emendatione Temporum, 1583, to revolutionize perceived ideas of ancient chronology, to show the ancient history is not confined to that of the Greeks and Romans, but also comprises that of the Persians, Babylonians, and Egyptians, hitherto neglected, and that the Jews, hitherto treated as a thing apart, and that the historical narratives and fragments of each of these, and their several systems of chronology, must be critically compared. It was this innovation that distinguished Scaliger from contemporary scholars. Neither they nor those who immediately followed seem to have appreciated his innovation. Instead, they valued his elementary criticism and his skill in Greek. His commentary on Manilius is really a treatise in ancient astronomy, and it forms an introduction to this work. Scaliger investigates ancient systems of determining epochs calendars, and computations of time. Applying the work of Nicholas Copernicus and other modern scientists, he reveals the principle behind these systems. In the remaining 24 years of his life, he expanded his work de Imende Tuon. He succeeded in reconstructing the lost chronicles of Subius, one of the most valuable ancient documents, especially valuable for ancient chronology. This he printed in 1606 in his Thesaurus Temporum, in which he collected, restored, and arranged every chronological relic extant in Greek or Latin. Scaliger versus the Jesuits. But his enemies were not merely those whose errors he had exposed and whose hostility he had excited by the violence in his language. The results of his methods of historical criticism threatened the Catholic controversialists, the authenticity of many of the documents on which they relied. The Jesuits, who aspired to be the source of all scholarship and criticism, saw the writings and authority of Scaliger as a formidable barrier to their claims. Miret, in the latter part of his life, professed the strictest orthodoxy. Lipsius, what a name. Lipsius. Enemies, therefore, aimed, if not answered his criticisms or to disprove his statements, yet to attack him as a man and to destroy his reputation. I'm sure he had some bones in his claw. It was no easy task, for his moral character was strong. Veronese descent. After several attacks purportedly by the Jesuits, in 1607, a new attempt was made. In 1594, Scaliger had published his Epistiola de Vetuste et Splendor Gentis Scaliger et J.C. Scaligeri Vita. Say that 10 times. In 1601, Gaspar Scipius, then in the service of the Jesuits, published his Scaliger Hypoboleimus, the supposititious Scaliger, a quarto volume of more than 400 pages. The author purports to point out 500 lies in the Epistola de Viste of Scaliger, but the main argument of the book is to show the falsity of his pretensions to be of the family of La Scala and the narrative of his father's early life. No stronger proof, says Pattison, can be given of the impressions produced by this powerful philippic, dedicated to the defamation of an individual, than it had been the source from which the biography of Scaliger, as it now stands in our biographical collections, has mainly flowed. To Scaliger, the publication of Scaliger Hypoboleimus was crushing. Whatever his father Julius had believed, Joseph had never doubted himself to be a prince of Verona, and his Epistola had put forth all that he had heard from his father. He wrote a reply to Scipius entitled Confutatio Fabulae Burdenum. In the opinion of Pattison, as a refutation of Scipius, it is most complete, but there are certainly grounds for dissenting from this judgment. Scaliger purported that Scipius committed more blunders than he corrected, succeed in adducing any proof either of his father's descent from the La Scala family or of any of the events narrated by Julius prior to his arrival at Agen. Nor does Scaliger attempt a refutation of the crucial point, namely, that William, the last prince of Verona, had no son Nicholas, who could have been the alleged grandfather of Julius. Whether complete or not, the Confutio had little success. The attack attributed to the Jesuits was successful. Scipius was wont to boast that his book had killed Scaliger. The Confutatio was Scaliger's last work. 5 months after it appeared on 21st January 1609 at 4 in the morning, he died at Leyden in the arms of his son Heinsius. In his will, Scaliger bequeathed his renowned collection of manuscripts and books to Leiden University Library. Joseph Scaliger.
we shall never know just how many historical documents are in fact counterfeit. History in general goes hand in hand with a history of forgeries. Countless chronicles as well as works of art and literature have been considered authentic for centuries before becoming denounced as counterfeit. A presumed fragment of Cicero's De Consolatione discovered by the famous humanist scholar Sigonius only became identified as a work of the latter 2 centuries after the death of the author. We would probably still believe in Cicero's authorship of said fragment if it hadn't been for the discovery of Sigonius' written confession. Similar examples are rather abundant. The thespian poet Lucius Verus, who turned out to be a 18th century Dutch scientist by the name of Herkens, plagiarizing from the 16th century Venetian author Carrario. Classical text sold to the Leipzig library by a certain Schenes in the 1920s and so forth. Think of just how many remain undiscovered. After all, the larger part of the iceberg always remains underwater. However, there may be an equal amount of valid historical documents in existence that were declared forgeries due to their being at odds with the official history. Anatoly Fomenko, the prominent mathematician, was the first to apply natural scientific methods to historical data, coming up with a revolutionary theory which implies a radical revision of history as we know it. This theory finally explains such historical oddities as the existence of Christian tabernacles in the pagan town of Pompeii and the Ottoman Turks referred to as Persians in medieval documents. It is rendered in Fomenko's fundamental work entitled History, Fiction or Science, which is finally out in English. According to the official version of history, Russia remained under the political and military yoke of the Mongols for many centuries on end. The term Mongol is usually assumed to have always meant the same thing, however. This turns out to be incorrect. The modern interpretation is of a relatively recent origin. Bear in mind that Mongolia didn't exist as an independent state until the early 20th century. The word Mongol simply meant Great One. Popular fiction dealing with conspiracies of one sort or another is actually quite tame as compared to reality. Dan Brown pens a possible conspiracy of the Church against the memory of its originator Jesus. He follows unknowingly in the steps of Martin Luther, who started his Protestant revolution with accusation of papal conspiracy in the matter of Constantine's testament. Well, Martin Luther was right and Constantine's testament was false. Remember, poor Martin Luther had as media outlet nothing better than the doors of the Wittenberg's cathedral. Dan Brown has mass media at his disposal. The Roman Catholic Church, for instance, is involved in a much greater hoax than the most daring writer could possibly conceive of, one that deals with the very foundations of history itself. The above statement is neither an exaggeration, nor a metaphor. Very few people are aware that the BC AD chronology as we know it was created by a handful of Jesuits in the 16th-17th century, Joseph Scaliger, Dionysius Petavius and their successors. We have grown so accustomed to a timeline that runs through many millennia, from the Egyptian pyramids to the present day, that the mere thought of questioning its veracity seems perfectly preposterous, just like the notion of a rotating Earth must have seemed in the epoch of Galileo Galilei, and just as heretical. But nevertheless, the entire conception of ancient and medieval history known to us today owes its existence to a 16th century Jesuit hoax. A hoax that has finally been exposed with the aid of astronomy, mathematical statistics and modern computational facilities by one of the world's leading mathematicians, the Russian academician Professor Anatoly Fomenko. His fundamental work on chronology, history, fiction or science, now available in English, is more fascinating than Dan Brown at his wildest. Yet it is truly a non-fiction work. That goes to say, everything else you have read about history should probably classify as fiction.
The Reformation, specifically referred to as the Protestant Reformation, was a schism in Western Christianity, initiated by Martin Luther and continued by John Calvin, other early Protestant reformers in 16th century Europe. It is usually considered to have started with the publication of the 95 Theses by Martin Luther in 1517 and lasted till the end of the 30 Years' War with the Peace of Westphalia, 1648. Although there had been significant attempts to reform the Catholic Church before Luther, such as Jan Hus, Peter Waldo, and John Wycliffe, Luther is widely acknowledged to have started the Reformation with the 95 Theses. Luther began by criticizing the sale of indulgences, insisting that the Pope had no authority over purgatory and that the Catholic doctrine of the merits of the saints had no foundation in the Bible. The Protestant Reformation, however, would come to incorporate doctrinal changes such as complete reliance on Scripture as the only source of proper belief, sola scriptura, the belief that faith in Jesus and not good works is the only way to obtain God's pardon for sin, sola fide. The core motivation behind these changes was theological, though many other factors played a part, including the rise of nationalism, the Western schism that eroded loyalty to the papacy, the perceived corruption of the Roman Curia, the impact of humanism, the new learning of the Renaissance that questioned much traditional thought. The initial movement within Germany diversified, and other reform impulses arose independently of Luther. The spread of Gutenberg's printing press provided the means for the rapid dissemination of religious materials in the vernacular. The largest groups were the Lutherans and Calvinists. Lutheran churches were founded mostly in Germany, the Baltics, and Scandinavia, while the Reformed ones were founded in Switzerland, Hungary, France, the Netherlands, and Scotland. Yeah, but who funded them? Not founded them. The movement influenced the Church of England decisively after 1547 under Edward VI and Elizabeth I, although the Church of England had been made independent under Henry VIII in the 1530s. There were also Reformation movements throughout continental Europe known as the Radical Reformation, which gave rise to the Anabaptists, Moravian, and other pietistic movements. Radical reformers, besides forming communities outside the state sanction, often implied more extreme doctrinal change, such as the rejection of the tenets of the late antique councils of Nicaea and Chalcedon. The Catholic Church responded with a counter-reformation initiated by the Council of Trent. Much work in battling Protestantism was done by the well-organized New Order of the Jesuits, of course, in general Northern Europe, with the exception of most of Ireland, Poland, and Lithuania, came under the influence of Protestantism. Southern Europe remained Catholic, while Central Europe was the site of a fierce conflict, culminating in the 30 Years' War, which left it devastated. The 30 Years' War was a war fought primarily in Central Europe between 1618 and 1648, one of the longest and most destructive conflicts in human history, as well as the deadliest European religious war in history. It resulted in 8 million fatalities. Initially a war between various Protestant and Catholic states in the fragmented Holy Roman Empire, it gradually developed into a more general conflict involving most of the great powers. These states employed relatively large mercenary armies, and the war became less about religion and more about continuation of the France-Habsburg rivalry for European political preeminence. The war was preceded by the election of the new Holy Roman Emperor, Ferdinand II, who tried to impose religious uniformity on its domains, forcing Roman Catholicism on its peoples. The northern Protestant states, angered by the violation of their rights to choose that had been granted in the Peace of Augsburg, banded together to form the Protestant Union. Ferdinand II was a devout Roman Catholic. He was relatively intolerant when compared to his predecessor Rudolf II, who ruled from the largely Protestant city of Prague. Ferdinand's policies were considered strongly pro-Catholic. These events caused widespread fears throughout northern and central Europe. It triggered the Protestant Bohemians living in the then relatively loose dominion of Habsburg Austria to revolt against their nominal ruler, Ferdinand II. After the so-called Prague Defenestration deposed the emperor's representatives in Prague, the Protestant estates and the Catholic Habsburgs started gathering allies for war. Protestant Bohemians ousted the Habsburgs, and elected a Calvinist, Frederick V. Elector of Rhenish Palatinate, as the new king of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Frederick took the offer without the support of the Protestant Union. The southern states, mainly Roman Catholic, were angered by this. Led by Bavaria, these states formed the Catholic League to expel Frederick in support of the emperor. The empire soon crushed this perceived rebellion in the Battle of White Mountain, executing leading Czech aristocrats shortly after. The Protestant world condemned the emperor's action. After the atrocities committed in Bohemia, Saxony finally gave its support to the Union and decided to fight back. Sweden, at the time a rising military power, soon intervened in 1630 under its king Gustavus Adolphus, transforming what had been the Dutch rebels in the Netherlands, and the Dutch Republic intervened under the pretext of helping its dynastic Habsburg ally, Austria. No longer able to tolerate the encirclement of two major Habsburg powers on its borders, Catholic France entered the coalition on the side of the Protestants in order to counter the Habsburgs. The 30 Years' War devastated entire regions with famine and disease, resulting in high mortality in the populations of the German and Italian states. The Crown of Bohemia and the southern Netherlands, both mercenary and soldiers in fighting armies, traditionally looted or extorted tribute to get operating funds, which imposed severe hardships on the inhabitants of the occupied territories. The Dutch Republic enjoyed contrasting fortune. It ended its revolt against Spain in 1648, subsequently enjoyed a time of great prosperity and development, known as the Dutch Golden Age, during which it became one of the world's foremost economic naval powers. The 30 Years' War ended with the treaties of Osnabrück and Munster, part of a wider peace of Westphalia. The war altered the previous political order of European powers, the rise of Bourbon France, the curtailing of Habsburg ambition, and the ascendancy of Sweden as a great power created a new balance of power in the continent, with France emerging from the war strengthened and increasingly dominant in the latter part of the 17th century. As listed here, Spain was interested in the German states because it held territories of Spanish Netherlands in the western part of the empire and states within Italy that were connected by land through the Spanish Road. The Dutch revolt against Spanish domination during the 1560s, leading to a protracted war of independence that led to a truce only in 1609. France was nearly surrounded by territory controlled by two Habsburg states, Spain and the Holy Roman Empire, and feeling threatened, was eager to exert its power against the weaker German states. This dynastic concern overtook religious ones and led to a Catholic France's participation on the otherwise Protestant side of the war. Sweden and Denmark-Norway were interested in gaining control over the northern German states bordering the Baltic Sea. One can really see the origins of America right there in all of that. These people back then were born with a foot on their throat. They were subjects. They weren't human beings. Anyone who thinks we haven't come a long way really needs to study the Middle Ages to see how good we have it today. We have to definitely make sure that something like this never happens again. We can't let political correctness run amok and threaten our freedoms. They'll see how far they can take it.
The Inquisitions. The word Inquisition refers to harsh or unfair investigations or a series of questions. The Roman Catholic Inquisitions consisted of organizations within the Catholic Church acting on behalf of the Catholic Church, finding, interrogating, and punishing people who disagreed with Roman Catholic theology. We will be discussing two stage or period is known as the Spanish Inquisition, and it began in the beginning of the 15th century. It was launched against Protestants, Jews, Muslims, and others. Medieval Inquisition. The lead-up to the 13th century Inquisition involves the massacre of a group of dissident believers known as the Cathars or Albigenses, who rose up in France in the 11th century. Although there is room for debate as to if the Cathars held to truly heretical teachings, it is a fact that they believed the Roman Catholic Church's sacramental system was evil, and that the Catholic Church was not teaching God's message, which was expressed in the Holy Bible. These people had a very high view of Scripture. They believed that when secular authorities punished heretics, that this was sin. The name Cathar means pure. They sought to live lives of holiness. A 13th century Dominican named Renarius estimated that by his day there were over 4 million Cathars in over 1,000 cities. Rome perceived this movement as a serious threat which was to be eliminated. In 1179, the Third Lateran Council condemned and anathematized this group, and in 1208 Pope Innocent III decided to launch a vicious crusade against them. This crusade lasted from 1209 to 1229. In a general letter to the faithful, Pope Innocent III angrily wrote, quote, "O most mighty soldiers of Christ, most brave warriors, ye oppose the agents of Antichrist, and ye fight against the servants of the old serpent. Fight for God." This war on the Cathars, though ultimately unsuccessful in and of itself in getting rid of all of them, was nevertheless extremely bloody and ruthless. In one incident, the so-called Battle of Bezij resulted in the slaughter of 10,000 to 20,000 believers. Commenting on this incident, Philip Schaff notes, "Neither age nor sex was spared. Church walls interposed no protection, and 7,000 were put to death in St. Magdalen's Church alone." Pope Innocent III offered his crusade soldiers spiritual reward for the murder of these believers, that is, indulgences for the remission of temporal punishments for sin. This crusade involved many massacres as well as the burning of Cathars who were captured. The clerics within the Cathar movement were ruthlessly eliminated without the benefit of a hearing. In regards to the stronghold of Minerve, 140 Cathar clerics were burnt alive, and the prisoners had their ears, noses, and lips cut off. Commenting on the severity of this crusade, historian Williston Walker notes that Innocent III's efforts, quote, led to 20 years of destructive warfare, in which the power of the southern nobility was shattered, and cities and provinces devastated. Another group which was to be eliminated was known as the Waldensians. This movement began in 1177 in Italy and was based on the teachings of Peter Waldo, AD 1140 to 1218. The Waldensian believers affirmed that the Bible was the ultimate authority, and that whatever was not found in Holy Scripture was not to be believed by Christians. These believers practiced memorizing the Bible, and its preachers went out 2 by 2 preaching. They, among other things, rejected masses and prayers for the dead as unscriptural, and denied Rome's doctrine of purgatory. They also refused to venerate saints. Because of these teachings, the Roman Catholic Church enacted what is known as the Episcopal Inquisition, whereby local Catholic bishops would turn unrepentant Bible believers like the Waldensians and others, who refused Rome's teachings, over to civil authorities for punishment. This Episcopal Inquisition was ordered by Pope Lucius III, who reigned from AD 1181 to 1185. On November 4th, 1184, he, in unison with the Council of Verona, issued the bull Ad Abolendum, that is, on abolition, where he condemned and excommunicated the Waldensians and other sects. The bull says, quote, "To abolish the malignity of diverse heresies which are lately sprung up in most parts of the world, it is but fitting that the power committed to the Church should be awakened, that by the concurring assistance of the imperial strength, both the insolence and malpertness of the heretics in their false designs may be crushed. We likewise declare all entertainers and defenders of the said heretics be liable to the same sentence, unless by adjuring his heresy and making satisfaction, he immediately returns to the orthodox faith. We decree him to be left to the sentence of the secular judge, to receive condign, that is deserved punishment, according to the quality of the offense." In the same bull, Pope Lucius III also decreed that the goods and money of the punished heretics be confiscated for the use of the Roman Church. This led to what is known as the First Formal Inquisition in the medieval era. In 1229, the Council of Toulouse issued a decree sanctioning burning at the stake for the punishment of heresy. Likewise, the German Mirror of Saxon laws were compiled in 1235 and ordered the execution of heretics and unbelievers by burning at the stake. With Cathars still around due to the failure of Innocent III's crusade against them, as well as Waldensians and other dissidents walking the lands, Pope Gregory IX, who reigned from AD 1227 to 1247, cemented the Inquisition. He took interrogation, trial, and the punishment of heretics out of the hands of the bishops and placed them into the hands of the monastic orders such as the Franciscans and Dominicans. Everything was now in order for possibly the worst atrocity in all of history to be carried out. By 1244, the Cathars were basically wiped out. Their last refuge was Montségur, France. However, they were overcome by the Inquisition, and the 200 remaining Catholic clerics were there burnt alive. As historian Williston Walker remarks, by means of Inquisition, the Cathars were utterly rooted out by the middle of the 14th century. As time progressed, the Inquisition became crueler and crueler. The final step in configuring the procedure of the Inquisition was made by Pope Innocent IV, when he, in the bull Ad Extrapanda of 1252, authorized the use of brutal torture as a means of extracting a confession from alleged heretics and Bible believers. This practice was also confirmed by later popes such as Alexander IV in 1259 and Pope Clement IV in 1265. Again, during this period, the inquisitors responsible for hearings, confiscation of property, overseeing torture, and burning at the stake were mainly priests within the monastic Dominican and Franciscan orders. In regards to citizens turning in other citizens for interrogation, the Council of Toulouse, in its 18th canon, made it clear that mere suspicion or public rumor of heresy was sufficient for formal Inquisition proceedings to be leveled. This resulted in people falsely being accused of heresy by Catholic citizens they had rivalries with. Others turned in members of their own community in order to appear loyal to Rome and avoid Inquisition themselves. There were even fixed rewards given to spies who specialized in ratting out suspected heretics and Bible believers. In 1239, at Mount Amy, he had 27 burnt to death, or as another account reports, 180. Michael C. Thomset mentions one of the most sadistic and maniacal inquisitors of the 13th century, namely Conrad of Marburg. He investigated heresy in Languedoc and Rhineland. Many placed into his hands were given the choice of speedy confession or death by burning. The Archbishop of Mayence wrote to Pope Gregory IX about this cruel method, and the Pope's response was to identify Conrad as a champion of the Christian faith and to encourage him to continue punishing heretics as well as alleged witches. Conrad was known for stripping naked those he tortured in order to first humiliate them. Now, the previously mentioned Waldensian Bible believers, though hunted vigorously and massacred by Rome during the Inquisition, nevertheless miraculously survived it, unlike the Cathars. Schaff notes that in 1308, Dominican and Franciscan inquisitors hunted and murdered the Waldensians in Bohemia and Poland. However, after facing the Inquisition and enduring the horrors it produced, the Waldensians eventually escaped into the mountain regions of northern Italy in order to avoid total annihilation. They survived over the centuries, and many of them eventually joined the Protestant Reformation movement in the 16th century. It's interesting to note that many of Rome's quote-unquote saints came out of these Dominican and Franciscan orders, which were involved with the Inquisition. For example, St. Thomas Aquinas and St. Albert the Great were Dominicans, and St. Bonaventure was a Franciscan. It's sickening how Rome would canonize and exalt men who were involved in orders which oversaw the torture and death of massive amounts of Bible believers and others. The medieval Inquisition did not stop there. In AD 1484, Pope Innocent VIII produced the bull Summis Desiderantis Affectibus, wherein he authorized inquisitors to find, try, and murder alleged witches. In this so-called Great Witch Hunt, intellectual arguments meant to persuade the person of their error were not utilized by inquisitors. Instead, the goal was to extract a confession by torture and then murder those rumored to be alleged witches. It was believed by the Catholics that a witch could not cry from pain, and since those tortured cried, the papal inquisitors claimed the devils must have made them cry as a trick to convince everyone they were not a witch. The inquisitors would often shave the bodies of alleged witches, including the private parts, since Catholic superstition at that time said that witches would 1. Hide objects of witchcraft in their hair or private parts, and 2. That witches had a birthmark or scar which would function as a teat to feed milk or blood to imps or the devil himself. Inquisitors would therefore stab alleged witches on their scars or birthmarks with needles, since they claimed a witch would not bleed if their witch's teat was pierced. However, when the people did bleed, the torturers claimed Satan allowed the bleeding to make it appear the person was not a witch. They then resorted to torture such as putting hot boiling fat in the person's eyes, underarms, and thighs, which many times led to infection or death. In Germany, alleged witches who were tortured into confession then had hot irons put on their breasts and arms, their right hand cut off, their body burnt at the stake, and their ashes thrown into the river. Most of these accused witches were simply social outcasts the community did not like, the Spanish Inquisition. Just when one thinks it could not possibly get any worse, they encounter the second phase of Inquisition known as the Spanish Inquisition. In the 1480s, many conversos fled to Portugal to escape Inquisition. However, in 1536, the Inquisition found its way even there. In his work, The Grand Inquisitor's Manual, Jonathan Kirsch relays that, quote, Protestants joined the Jewish and Muslim conversos as principal targets of the Spanish Inquisition. In 1533, a priest who was charged with the seduction of a nun sought to appease the inquisitors by offering them the names of 70 men and women whom he denounced as Lutheran heretics. The first Protestant burned for heresy by the Spanish Inquisition went to the stake in 1540, and 26 of the 30 accused heretics at the Auto at Toledo in 1559 were Protestants. The procedures of Inquisition at this time were as follows, as developed by the Inquisitors General Thomas D. Torquemada. First, there was accusation. Any civilian could level an accusation of heresy or immorality against another, and it would result in a tribunal. Even if no citizen accused anyone, inquisitors could freely accuse citizens. Abuses crept in since the wealthy were often targeted by inquisitors, since their wealth would be confiscated and go towards funding Inquisition. Second, there was detention. Once accused, the person was detained and their property was seized temporarily, depending on the outcome of the tribunal. Detention often lasted months. Families of the detained were not informed, which often resulted in women and children of the family not being able to survive without the man of the house around. Thirdly, after detention came interrogation. The goal was to gain a confession and pass a sentence. There was no intention of convincing the accused of the error of their alleged heresy or immorality. There were many methods of torture used to gain a confession, including the following. There was the garrucha or strappado, which was a suspension system which had ropes, weights, and pulleys. The victim's arms were tied behind their back. They were hoisted in the air, and then they were dropped. They were stopped in midair right before hitting the ground, so that the weights tied to their ankles caused great pain and dislocation. There was also the taka, which was basically waterboarding, where a cloth was put over the victim's mouth and water poured in, resulting in the victim feeling like they were drowning. Also utilized was the potro, or rack. The victim was placed on this device, and their arms and legs were severely stretched, causing excruciating tearing of the muscles and dislocation. In 1591, Pablo Garcia, the secretary of the Suprema in Madrid, wrote instructions on how this torture was to be carried out. He stated, quote,
According to new chronology, the traditional chronology consists of 4 overlapping copies of the true chronology, shifted back in time by significant intervals with some further revisions. Fomenko claims all events and characters conventionally dated earlier than the 11th century are fictional and represent phantom reflections of actual Middle Ages events and characters brought about by intentional or accidental misdatings of historical documents. According to Fomenko, this led early chronologists to believe, or choose to believe, that those accounts allegedly happened thousands of years before. The originals, regrettably, and were conveniently lost. For example, the oldest extant manuscripts of monumental treatises on ancient Roman and Greek history, such as Annius and Histories, are conventionally dated AD 1100, more than a full millennium after the events they describe. They did not come to scholars' attention until the 15th century. According to Fomenko, the 15th century is probably when these documents were first written. Central to Fomenko's new chronology is his claim of the existence of a vast Slav Turk empire, which he called the Russian Horde, which he says played a dominant role in Eurasian history before the 17th century. Various peoples identified in ancient and medieval history, from the Scythians, Huns, Goths, Bulgars, through the Polyan Dalubi, Drevlian Pechenegs, to, in more recent times, the Cossacks, Ukrainians, and Belarusians, are nothing but elements of the single Russian horde. For the new chronologists, peoples such as Ukrainians, Belarusians, Mongols, and others who assert their national independence from Russia are suffering from historical delusion. Fomenko claims that the most probable prototype of the historical Jesus was Andronicus I Komnenos, allegedly AD 1152 to 1185. The emperor of Byzantium, known for his failed reforms, his traits and deeds, reflected in biographies of many real and imaginary persons. The historical Jesus is a composite figure and reflection of the Old Testament prophet Elijah, 850 to 800 BC? Pope Gregory VII, 10.
Hey guys, we're going to do a Great Hall chat as soon as this episode is over. So it's going to be a little after 11.
20, 1085. St. Basil, Caesarea, 330 to 379. And even Li Yuanhao, also known as Emperor Jingzong, or Son of Heaven, Emperor of Western Qi, who reigned in 1032 to 1048.
I'm just playing this
Bacchus and Dionysus. Fomenko explains the seemingly vast differences in the biographies of these figures as resulting from differences in languages, points to view and time frame of the authors of said accounts and biographies. He claims that the historical Jesus may have been born 1152 and was crucified around 1185 on Joshua's Hill overlooking the Bosphorus. Fomenko also merges the cities and histories of Jerusalem, Rome, and Troy into New Rome, which equals Gospel Jerusalem in the 12th and 13th centuries, which equals Troy, which equals Yoros Castle. To the south of Yoros Castle is Joshua's Hill, which Fomenko alleges is the hill cavalry depicted in the Bible. Fomenko claims the Hagia Sophia is actually the biblical Temple of Solomon. He identifies Solomon as the Sultan of the Sultan of Suleiman the Magnificent, 1494 to 1566. On the other hand, according to Fomenko, the word Rome, in parentheses, is a placeholder and can signify any one of several different cities and kingdoms. He claims the first Rome, or ancient Rome, or Mizraim,
is an ancient Egyptian kingdom in the delta of the Nile, with its capital in Alexandria.
The second and most famous New Rome is Constantinople. The third Rome is constituted by three different cities: Constantinople again, Rome in Italy, and Moscow. According to his claims, Rome in Italy was founded around AD 1380 by Aeneas, and Moscow can refer to different cities at different times. And the word Israel did not define a state, even not a territory, but people fighting for God. For example, French St. Louis and English Elizabeth called themselves the king and queen of Israel. He claims the parallelism between John the Baptist, Jesus, the Old Testament prophets, implies that the New Testament was written before the Old. Fomenko claims that the Bible was being written until the Council of Trent, 1543 to 1565, when the list of canonical books was established, and all apocryphal books were ordered to be destroyed. Fomenko also claims that Plato and Plotinus are one and the same person. According to him, some texts by or about Pletho are misdated and believed to be texts by or about Plotinus or Plato. He claims similar duplicates for Dionysius the Areopagite and Dionysius Petavius. He claims Florence and the House of Medici bankrolled an important role in the magnificent Roman and Greek past. Fomenko and his colleagues make numerous claims. Historians and translators often assign different dates for the same accounts in historical events, creating multiple phantom copies, and that these events are often misdated by centuries or even millennia and end up incorporated in conventional chronology. And this chronology was incorporated by Joseph Justus Scaliger in the Evsili Pampili and the Thesaurus Temporum, 1583 and 1606. In his chronology, the events of the New Testaments, Fomenko believes there is no reliable written record of human events before the 11th century, because most of our knowledge of earlier cultures is based on texts or copies of texts that date from after that era. From that point on, chroniclers, primarily learned religious scholars, use supposition, arbitrary consensus, to fix the dates of key events in history. In doing so, they grafted recent occurrences onto earlier dates, sometimes unwittingly, sometimes perniciously, thus creating numerous historical duplicates. History appears to repeat itself, Fomenko suggests, because it is thoroughly plagiarized. In this chronology, the events of the New Testament precede those of the Old Testament, and in any case, most of the stories are concocted to reflect later incidents. Joan of Arc was a model for the biblical character Deborah. Jesus Christ was crucified in Constantinople in 1086. Ancient Egypt, Rome, and Greece were fashioned by Renaissance writers and artists. The time of the pharaohs, Fomenko suggests, may have lasted into the 1700s. I often wondered that. Aristotle instructed Alexander the Great, who was a czar in Moscow in the 1400s. Early English history, from the accepted names and dates to the apocryphal legends of a post-Roman King Arthur, is actually a carbon copy of 4th century Byzantium, which itself a fiction based on late medieval events. Yeah, but mainstream, you'll never get mainstream to pay attention to that. They'll just poo-poo it like they do everything else. Speaking of carbon, don't bother relying on carbon dating or other scientific chronological methods. Fomenko says they are premised on old dating system and hence thoroughly corrupted. Does this sound uncanny? Well, a little bit, but you know what? I think it hasn't been anywhere near as long as they say it is since our last cataclysm. I mean, for all we know, it could have been 200 or 300 years ago.
About
we
10,
really don't.
10 minutes.
We only know what we have. And what he's saying is nothing exists before 1100 AD. So, I mean, it's anybody's guess what could have happened up till then. Crazy. He's a tad nationalistic, though. So, I don't know what's driving his motivation. This version of events is sustainable by hard facts and logic, validated by new astronomical research and statistical analysis of ancient sources, but it's a corrupted cosmology. To a greater extent than everything you may have read and heard about history before. See, this is another example of someone who's a maverick in their field, but taking it for granted that mainstream cosmology is correct. That's why they call it the queen of the sciences. In short, he argues that Bolderadian copies without an original. We are in a matrix with medieval rules. These rules are explained in a 7-volume corpus by Fomenko, of course. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. The late Russian social critic Alexander Zinoviev provided the foreword to this masterwork. The entire history of humanity up until the 17th century is a forgery of global proportions, he wrote, a falsification as deliberate as it is universal. It sounds insane, and it is derided by most modern scholars as pseudo-history. Orwell's old cliche about control of the past may come as a shock to young first-time readers of 1984, but to chronologists, it's old hat. Historical chronology, wrote the German historian Dietrich Hermann Hegzwitsch in 1854, is necessary to furnish a principle of order and to promote the orderly arrangements of social life. When you get older, you come full circle and you realize that all that don't mean shit. It's better to be home, which is sweet sanctuary. The murkiness of humanity's timeline is an age-old problem. Absent a solution, society itself cannot function. Entire religious schisms turn on how
Alright, I gotta be honest, I don't know how much time is left in this video. Let's just turn to Discord up, we'll resume it in a little bit. I'm sorry if I'm talking kind of bad, but I have a swollen tongue. And it's starting to feel better, but it's still there. So, I'm not drunk. Andy, you there? Well, if you want to come to chat, Shockwaves, you're out there. Alright. I'll give you a few minutes. If you're not, then I'll just go back to the video for a while. Okay. It appears that you guys aren't ready. I'll keep my microphone and headphones on in Discord and just give me a shout.
church fathers set the dates for certain biblical events. This stuff is important. Indeed it is. Mainstream cosmology is corrupt. Have a shame.
How are you?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, not a real lot. Just been watching the show go along.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if Shockwave's still there or not. He's gone quiet.
Yeah, I know. He's that guy, I tell you. It's funny. Yeah, I was just seeing if anyone wanted to chat because talk about current events or anything going on with you.
Yep.
It's been a long time since we've talked.
It is a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to keep missing each other.
Yep, just keep missing each other, that's all. Yep. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're, what, 15 hours ahead of me?
It's 10 past 2 in the afternoon.
On Monday?
And it's Monday.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. So that we're right around the corner from that.
Yeah.
So
just a little trip.
What has your attention lately? What have you been getting into?
I've just been looking at all different stuff, following a bit what's going on with Ukraine and
the war in Ukraine,
and listening to some of the things being said, about what's coming out of the US and England and all them places. So yeah, just interesting.
Did you check out the Democrats during the State of the Union address? They were off the hinges, especially that Al Green guy. He's got a cane. He's waving it at Trump. They removed him, and they censored him, and he got booted off all his committees.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah, he got the boot.
Oh, right.
He isn't on any more committees. So, am I talking better? My tongue feels better, but it's still swollen. That's why I got this huge question mark what to do. If I go to the hospital, you know what they're going to do. They're going to start putting me on radiation and chemotherapy.
Yep.
Yeah. So I've been just researching my ass off, trying to find the golden key. You know what I mean?
Yep, I'll get what you're getting at. Yep.
And
Yeah.
it does. I don't see improvement. It just seems like it's getting worse. I hate to say that, but it just seems to be the case. I don't really know where I stand. So what I should do is go to the doctor and get a PET test. You know them guys, though. They'll push you through every single test they possibly can, so everybody can get paid. You know, that's just it's a money game to them.
Yep. Yeah, well, but the thing is, if those tests allow them to get a correct diagnosis, they're worth it.
Yeah.
At the end of it.
Yeah.
You know, like, but then again, it's only what we know, isn't it? There's still, I think, a lot we don't know.
Oh yeah, that's true. But you know, lately, what's going on with the country? You know, I just don't believe how some people think. You know, I mean, Trump wants to put an end to the war, but the Democrats don't. They want to keep fighting. Ukraine's running out of men. You know, they're already drafting, 19-year-olds and sending them straight to the front. It's crazy. They got to stop that war.
Yeah, I actually think both sides are running out of resources.
Well,
you'd think. Although Ukraine had limited resources at the start.
Yeah. Well,
and I often wonder whether a lot of what happened during the Biden time, they didn't want Ukraine to get a decisive victory, and by the same time, they didn't want Russia to either. You know, right?
Do you remember what Putin's original idea for invading was? Why did he invade? Because of the NATO thing?
Well, partly. But that goes back to around, you got that, what's her name? Newman? Something like that.
Newman.
Victoria Newman, something like that her name is. Well, she was in Ukraine as a special envoy, ambassador type person.
Yeah.
And I remember Putin at one of those big meetings they had, this is going back over 10 years ago, when John McCain was still alive and he was talking about NATO and that, and John McCain basically laughed at him.
Yeah.
We'll do what we want to do. And I think that's where it's... So you got to remember they had that jet get shot down that time over Ukraine, and there's been a lot of bloodshed there, and Putin just... I think basically decided enough's enough, and so...
Well, they were also fomenting Nazi party ideas. And, well, I mean, right now, Ukraine's got to be like they have a dictator. Zelensky canceled the elections. What do you think Americans would do if they canceled our elections?
Well, hang on a minute.
Crazy.
Hang on a minute. That's just, to me, an excuse, because there are a number of things that Zelensky said is correct. So they're in a war. Is within Ukraine a big uproar that they don't want him? We don't know that. So if they had an election tomorrow, would he actually lose, or would it end up more military size? So you have military running it. What I'm getting at is it's all right for us to go around preaching democracy a bit like we do human rights, and then we lock people up for years, torture them and all that, just the same as the church did 300 years ago.
Yeah.
So I think I've heard Zelensky say that when this is sorted out, he'll be happy to no longer be, in the position he's in.
Well, he has to stay president.
Well,
if not, then they'll find out. They'll do an investigation and know he's dirty. Did you see the
if you
video
look at
of
the
him
last-
shaking his butt in high heels? It's funny.
But if you look at Russia's last election,
Yeah.
anybody that could have been a credible opposition to Putin either got thrown in jail or fell out of the building. So, you know, how
well,
democratic was their elections.
I mean, you
get where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't know what to think of Putin. I really don't. I mean, he's for Russia, obviously. But, you know, I hear he's a madman. But I've never seen him do anything that was, you know, out of the ordinary.
And
Yeah.
What? Over the years, I'd say over the years he's got disappointed and bitter.
Yeah.
With what's going on, you know, especially since '92.
Yeah, he is the
You know,
dictator
with
of
all them
Russia.
agreements, and then they say the agreements aren't worth the paper they're written on.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that'd be cool if the Russians got rid of Putin, you know.
Yeah, but then who are they going to put in his place?
Why should we be hostile towards them all the time? Can't they tone down the rhetoric and try to, you know, get along, since we're both nuclear superpowers? There's a lot of things, you know, one fucking little mistake, you know, and just one ship starts firing on another one, and then you got war. That's how it happens.
Yep.
All these navies out there now. China's got a big navy. Japan is rearming. They got rid of the what do you call it? Passive. They got rid of the passive label.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty crazy. I mean, you got Taiwan in there. That was what Chiang Kai-shek got out of the World War II deal, was Taiwan. And now China's acting like they want to take it back, and we've given them our word of protection. That could spark World War III too.
Yeah, but there is an agreement for it to go back to China.
There is. I did not know that.
Yes, there is. Right, so...
Okay.
Again, my argument, and I think... So I see where in the US they're going to build places to do those electronic, you know... what do they call them, that they use for switching and all that, those electronic, in your computers and all that stuff. But anyway, they're going to build them plants in the US. Because a lot of them are done now in Taiwan. So if you start building them in the US, if you start building them in the US, well then I can see the US sort of walking away to a degree from Taiwan, saying, look, you just have a vote on it, do what you want to do.
That's right.
Because that's right, the super chip, the super chips and that.
Yeah.
And that's
we
right.
need to make them here. You know, we got ourselves in this ridiculous situation. There is zero manufacturing going on, you know? Now,
and
all
like
those
one thing
jobs
that-
are going to come back.
Well, a lot of those, there's not really massive jobs in it.
Well, we had three plants close. I worked at 3 plants that closed. And there was 4,000 people working in each one.
Yep.
That was in the early 2000s.
Yep.
So, you know, if those plants were to come back, that's about 9,000 jobs right there. So.
Yeah, that's right. So in the chat here, Chris Newbury, like he says, many chips are made in Taiwan and Ukraine.
Yeah.
And that's right. And the other thing is, I'm not really up to it nowadays, but from what I understand, some of the byproducts of making those chips are pretty hard, you know, on the environment. So that's why a lot of them were getting made in those places, because basically I don't have to live in the pollution, but I get the use.
Yeah.
And I think it's, like you say, I can see Taiwan by the end of Trump's term, some deal done with China. Where do
you see in Ukraine?
Yeah, I see that there'll be a deal done.
You think so?
Yeah. It'll take a bit longer than a few think.
Well,
because at the end of the day, you got to rebuild trust with Russia,
right?
And whether that like is good for Putin or not, I'm not sure on that either. But I think Trump's right. Ukraine won't become part of NATO, as in we know it.
If you ask me, the Democratic political side are crazy. They're insane. I mean, that's the only thing. They don't think normally, I mean, they're just corrupt to the core, and they're race baiters, and they're it's just I can't believe what the Democratic Party has turned into. It was never that bad. Trump's administration is acting like an early Democratic administration of like in the 90s, that they were against waste, abuse and fraud. I mean, basically, Trump's governing almost like Clinton, but he has a little more muscle.
Yeah.
I think he's doing a good job. He's only been in there for, what, a month? 2 months? Not very long. Yeah.
He's tipped everything on its head. I'll give him that.
Well, yeah.
He's turned the world upside down in a lot of ways, and it'll be interesting to see how all the chips fall back together.
He has the rock'em sock'em robots mentality. As soon as he puts one out and they start griping, another one hits, then another one hits, then another one. And, they proved that every one of the Democrats that were talking on their channel were reciting talking points. They put like 4 or 5 of them together, and they all read the same exact words in verbatim.
Well, same script.
Yeah, it's a hive mentality. But they don't want the races to get together. They want there to be that racial division. That's how they stay in power.
Well, it's been interesting to see what Musk has claimed he's been finding with his Doge systems.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
It would appear that along the way he's been... Well, I think that's changed now because there was a meeting last week and the cabinet meeting with Trump, and the ministers were demanding that they be in control of their own ministry and employees. And if people need to be dismissed, fired, whatever, they do it, not Musk. And that may have calmed things down a little bit, because from what I read and listened to, Musk has gone into some areas not understanding them and just made people, I suppose you could say, redundant. And then later on they've had to rehire a heap of them. Right? So I think there's been mistakes made, and they've got to be sorted out. And, I'm sure you would agree from your working past in the current thing, actually, in a good way. Yeah. And I'm sure you would agree in your past, if someone comes in at lunchtime and says you're all finished, what's your world going to feel like around you? Where if you've got time, hey, look, we're shutting this down. We've got these people in place to help you transition. We've got a position over here if you're interested, or you can take redundancy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That gives people the ability to make their own choice. Where if you just come in and for no reason at all, you're no longer needed, bye, done, like a hammer hit you on the head. People are going to get very pissed about that. So I think it has to be done with a bit more humanity. That's all I'm saying is if they think, and then the worst thing is they turn around and sack all these so-called government employees, and then they re-employ consultants in their place who are there basically for one reason, to line their pockets.
Yeah, in Passion, is that how you pronounce it? In Passant said,
I'm listening.
The cessation of aid to Ukraine lasted 1 week. So we're still giving him aid. That doesn't, I know you can't really pull the plug on him. And it's kind of a difficult situation there. We just gotta fight hard to get that ceasefire, and then they can get closure to the war. That Zelensky, he acts like he's the dude did commercials where he danced in high heels and shit before he was in politics, and all of a sudden he becomes the president of Ukraine. And they wrote him pretty hard for the way he dressed and his little battle fatigues, going around. And Trump dressed him down in the Oval Office. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
What did you think of it?
Yeah. Well, it's hard from where I sit to sort of make a definitive comment, because I see that it's caused change to happen.
Yeah.
Which could allow the discussions which put an end to it, right?
Right.
I do see, however it goes, so there has to be compromise on both sides, and I think that's going to be hard.
Yeah.
Because it will probably cost Ukraine land.
They say about 10%.
At the time, I felt Zelensky was a little bit set up, right? Mm-hmm. But by the other hand, I felt Zelensky was running around with the same script that he's been running around with now for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the history of Ukraine is that they often default. So they got IMF bailout, 4 or 5 years ago, and that just disappeared like thin air.
Oh, man. 20 million people committing fraud in Social Security alone.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you just stack them down and they can pay the money back.
Well, yeah. What can you do? Right.
You got to be careful of that, because they had a thing in Australia going back, be what, 5, 6 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
But they were sending, there was a name for it. Geez, I just can't remember it off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
It was under. Anyway, they were going around telling people that they owed the government this, owed the government that. There was a number of people committing suicide and stuff over it.
Yeah.
And in the end, that got tipped out and proven to be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the government had to pay, and then it ended up, by the time the government had to pay out compensation and everything for what they'd done,
Excuse me,
it cost the government over $1 billion.
Yeah.
Right? So you got to be wary that at the moment, until that's proven, it's only an allegation that there's 20 million people claiming Social Security that shouldn't be.
Yeah, with ungodly ages.
You could probably run the same argument that a number of billionaires are deceptive to paying tax.
Well, here's the thing.
Paying more tax. So you could argue that we've got these people down the bottom ripping off Social Security, but we've got people up the top ripping off the tax system. So
answer me this. You know the Congresswoman AOC?
Yeah, I've heard of her.
Orlando Cortez or whatever.
Yeah.
She's been in Congress for 7 years, making $150K a year, but she has $9 million in the bank. How could that happen?
She must have a really good investment advisor.
Yeah, I would say so. And it's not just her; it's all Democrats. That old wrinkled up, I can't remember her name. She's a black lady. She's really old. Maxine Waters. Yeah. Maxine Waters. She's worth like $30 million. I mean, all of them. Every single one of them. Nancy Pelosi's worth $200 million.
Mm-hmm.
The only way they could have gotten that kind of money is to have extreme insider information, or they're putting something out that they're getting a kickback from. It's illegal, whatever it is. I mean, it just doesn't the justify. It's not justified. Where the fuck did you come up with $9 million? You know?
Yep.
That just disturbs me. Cause damn.
Yep.
I want to get in on some of that. No. Just
well.
Tell me how to do it.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Is how do they get that? And
yeah.
And that is what's got to be investigated. You know, like
right, exactly. And get the guilty parties, bring
investigate
them to
it
justice,
and find out the truth. And find out the truth. Has this all been gained through what you call legal activity, or has there been, you know, some who knows? Basically, it's who knows what.
Well, yeah, that's
not what you know. Yeah,
that's before it happens. That's pretty chronic in the Wall Street world, because you know, like for example, I was going to give you Lyndon Johnson had made a huge donation to this company, Bell Helicopter. They were going broke.
Yeah.
But as soon as Kennedy was killed, Johnson wasted no time into getting them to build helicopters. They built so many of them. I think they built 35,000 of them. But without Vietnam, they wouldn't have made any of that money. So, you know, I mean, insider information probably drives a lot of crimes.
Yep. Yep, I'd agree with that.
And it should be against the law. It's like telling someone how the horse race is going to go. You know?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was into the ponies for a little while, but I was terrible at it. I had to get out.
Yeah, if you want to do your dollars, that's one way to get rid of them.
Oh yeah.
It's like burning them in. Well, I think most of those gambling systems are the same. Like you look at casinos and that. Really, the system's always set for the house to get their cut.
Always,
right?
For sure.
So it's not an equal bet. It's always a sliding scale bet.
Yeah.
So you know, there's more luck than anything else in most of it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. One in a million. 1 in a billion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but you know, when someone becomes really good, like a professional card shark or something, and
they get rid of them.
They get kicked out. They kick them out.
Yeah, that's right.
They won't let them play. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. You're not allowed to play the house, mate.
Yeah, I mean, should be able to. You know.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what else have you been up to, Greg? You been playing any? Oh, it's been good time, hasn't it?
I'm still hitting. I'm still bowling a couple of days a week. I'm trying to stay active, but for the last couple of days, I've had a cold. I got like a sore throat. It's gone now, but I had the chills, you know, at night.
Yeah.
And I just felt like shit, but I got rid of it quick. It's already gone. So at least I know I got a decent immune system.
Yep.
But the spot in my tongue is getting bigger.
Yep. So you'll have to go and get that checked and see whether it's really advancing or whether it's just not.
Yeah.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one because.
Well, I really hate to have, after 2 years of fighting it, have to finally relent and let that shit happen. Because my friend Ron, who went through almost the same thing, but he got treatment right away, and so I didn't, you know. And now his days are filled with going to the doctor, getting prescriptions. It's
yeah.
You know, it just seems. Even if you do go through that, I don't know if there's no guarantee you're going to survive or beat it.
Yeah, no, that's right. there's still a long way to go in treatment of that.
Still a long way to go, yes. And they hardly ever... I mean, what does the Cancer Institute do anyway? Or do they really look for a cure? Because I don't see any results from any experiments. Ever.
Okay. Yep. So the thing that gets me is...
Big Pharma.
Are they still doing research? You know, as most would know, the principle of your channel's always been the electric universe.
Oh, yeah, Saturn theory, in history.
So, So are people still, doing experiments and trying to verify claims such as the Rife machine and...
Oh, yeah, now that would be interesting.
They use electrical vibrations, magnetics, all those different sorts of things.
I would love to get one. Do you know how much they cost?
Yeah. Oh, be fairly expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are they the same as what?
I don't know.
Right, or are they now?
The only way you can
do that technology sort of get lost.
You can look at the reviews. That's what I always do when I want to buy something.
Yeah.
I look up the reviews and see what other people that have it experience, If it's got 4.5 stars and it's got like 10,000 comments, then it's they're saying it works,
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
But everything seems to be, the problem seems to be too, is everything today seems to be driven by money.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Like every time you hear people, they sort of talk, it's about how much money we can make or, how rich we can get.
Yep.
And that seems to be a big part of it too, is you look at the amount of people that are employed in the current system with those cans.
Right.
And so that's a big economy. So if you got something like the right machine, fairly perfected on most things, all of a sudden, what are all those researchers and people, what are they all going to do? And that leads into the theory with AI too, doesn't it, where it's going to remove a lot of jobs. And what are we developing for those people to do?
It's like we're designing our replacements. Once you get an android that's at least as smart as us, maybe smarter, probably smarter, to self-assemble, then they don't need humans anymore. If you teach the robot how to build a robot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Is our worst enemy laziness?
Yeah.
We think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to have a little robot servant, but I'm not all that keyed up about it, It'd be kind of cool to have someone to play catch with. It's like a dog. Come on.
Yep.
Come on, Leanne, let's go play catch.
But whereas you got to look after the dog and feed him and all that.
Yeah.
Well, with the robot, you just go, you're off.
Just pull the power pack. Like in Lost in Space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny you bring up that. I watched this movie a couple of weeks ago that was done in the mid-70s. And it was Space Battle. So it was a bit, dorky old type stuff. But, but in that movie, they had an artificial intelligence. They had all the internet, connection things, computer systems that we're now talking about doing. Everything that was back in the mid-70s when they did this, like movie.
Yeah.
And the names might have been slightly different, but it all meant what we're going to and what we've got today. Yeah, so it was sort of like telling you, this is the future,
Yeah.
Here we are, 45, 50 years later, it's actually what's happening.
Yeah.
So,
I was going to tell you something, but I forgot. Damn it. I hate it when that happens. It was a good question, too. Oh, shit. So, everything's going good for you?
Yeah. We've had
you've been pretty busy.
Yeah, we've had a pretty long, hot, dry summer here.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we've had days and days where it's been 35 degrees, so that's like 95 above where you in your language.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really dry, but we're starting to get a little bit of rain now. Other than that, so.
Yeah, well, that's good. You know, everything's okay for me too, except, man, these supplements.
For that bloody tongue.
Yeah, these supplements are breaking me. So if I go and get treatment, then I won't have to buy all of them anymore. You know.
Yeah.
Ivermectin is $150 a bottle for 30. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you said there's the other thing, how much the mainstream system is sort of subsidised.
Yeah.
You know, so like you just said, when you get them through there, and then you have the other thing is, now when you look online and have a look around online, I often think the supplementary system is getting as bad as the mainstream medical system, because they'll advertise you all sorts of things and what they'll do for you, and there's very little backup to it. If you here today, gone tomorrow type mob.
Yep. I picked up a new supplement. It's called Optimized Folate. Menthol folate. Yeah, here it's really good for your cells, so I got some of that.
Yeah.
Just trying to get the right concoction, but I don't know, buddy. At least I'm going to just go and get them to take a picture of it, and see where I'm at. Have a look, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. I won't be around.
So what do you got for the rest of the evening on lined up, Greg?
Oh, well, I was going to play the rest of this history video.
Yeah.
And then go from there, But if you want, we'll chat again, like when this is over.
Yeah.
You going to be around?
Like it's a pity Nick's not here, because Nick's really good on that history, and the missing 1,000 years, and the work that Homer did.
Did you see his comment and chat? You have to go all the way up to the top. He was waiting last night. He thought it was Saturday.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No, I haven't got that one on. Oh, you hear it. No, I haven't got that. I've only got your answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was in chat on YouTube. All right, buddy.
All right.
All right, I thought Rick and Neil was going to come, but maybe they still will. We'll wait till this is over and then we'll say hi.
Rick's disappeared, so he's probably gone to bed.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he disappeared a little while back. Yep. So Valerie, I think she's disappeared.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. You probably wore them out, Greg, and they've gone to bed.
Well, Polly, she lives in California, so it's still early for her. But
but she mightn't realise you're on yet.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Catch you later.
Okay, bud.
See ya. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Back to the show. Thank you.
Champagne taste in a Kool-Aid pocketbook. One might wonder why we should want to revise the chronology of ancient history today and base our revision on new empirical statistical methods. It would be worthwhile to remind the reader that in the 16th and 17th century, chronology was considered to be a subdivision of mathematics, archaeological dating, dendrochronological dating, paleographical dating, numismatic dating, carbon dating, and other methods dating of ancient sources and artifacts known today are erroneous, non-exact, or dependent on modern chronology. No single document in existence can be reliably dated earlier than the 11th century. Most ancient artifacts you may find other than consensual explanation. Histories of ancient Rome, Greece, and Egypt were crafted during the Renaissance by humanists and clergy, mostly on the basis of documents of their own making. The Old Testament represents a rendition of events of the 14th to 16th centuries AD in Europe and Byzantium, containing prophecies about future events related in the New Testament, a rendition of events of AD 1152 and 1185. The history of religions runs as follows. The pre-Christian period, before the 11th century, the birth of Jesus. BAALBEK Christianity, 11th and 12th centuries, before and after the life of Jesus. Christianity, 12th to 16th centuries, and its subsequent mutations into Orthodox Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, and Islam. The Alchemist of Claudius Ptolemy, traditionally dated to be around AD 150 and considered the cornerstone of classical astronomy, was compiled in the 16th and 17th centuries from astronomical data of the 9th to 16th centuries. 37 complete Egyptian horoscopes found in Dendera, Esna, and other temples have unique valid astronomical solutions, with dates ranging from AD 1000 up to as late as AD 1700. The vocabulary of Egyptian astronomical symbols, once applied to horoscopes from temples, allows for extraction of unique dates of eclipses. Astronomical data therein contained is sufficient for unique dating. There are symbols allowing for astronomical interpretations, and the symbols do not change from one temple horoscope to another. The horoscopes from temples sufficient contain data about eclipses visible, eclipses visible in Egypt, allowing their exact pinpointing of the time axis. The Book of Revelation as we know it contains a horoscope dated to 25th September, 10th of October, 1486, compiled by Kabbalist
Johannes Reuchlin.
Bizarre phraseology which NASA has never satisfactorily explained. One of the most obvious and most heard euphemisms, of course, is the eagle has landed, and everyone associated that with the eagle symbol of America. But in fact, the eagle is a Masonic symbol, because it is really, what is being referred to is really the double eagle of Freemasonry and not the bald eagle of America. The double eagle is a very famous symbol of Freemasonry. It was originally the emblem of the Habsburg dynasty of Europe, a very powerful set of oligarchs and royalty that still exist and are responsible for innumerable wars and dynastic rivalries. Now in the Quran, chapter 9:11 no less, it says, "For it is written that a son of Arabia would awaken a fearsome eagle. The wrath of the eagle would be felt throughout the lands of Allah."
Ages and Chaos, Emanuel Velikovsky. Velikovsky claimed in his book that the historians of ancient Egypt and ancient Israel are 5 centuries out of step. He began by claiming that the Exodus took place not, as Orthodoxy has it, at some point during the New Kingdom, but at the fall of the Middle Kingdom. He identifies the Hyksos with the biblical Amalekites, the biblical Queen of Sheba with the Egyptian Queen Hatshepsut, the biblical Shishak, king of Egypt, with Pharaoh Tutmosis III, and claims that the Egyptian Amarna letters from the late 18th dynasty describe events from the kingdom of Israel and Judah, roughly the time of King Ahab. Some specific proposals included: there's synchronizing the
Ipuwer papyrus from the beginning of Egypt's second intermediate period with the biblical Exodus. The Ipuwer papyrus was conventionally dated to approximately 350 years before the conventional date of the Exodus, 1450 BCE.
There are those that say Akhenaten was Moses. The words Moses and Moses are awful close, and I think that might have been more of a title. I don't know, but if Akhenaten was Moses, it would make perfect sense.
The concept of alter egos, historical figures who were known by different names in two different sources, Egyptian and Greek, and were conventionally considered to be entirely different people living in different centuries, but were proposed by Velikovsky to be actually erroneously dated accounts of the same individuals and events. Hatshepsut equals the Queen of Sheba. Solomon's kingdom equals the land of Punt. Tutmosis III equals King Shishak, who sacked Jerusalem, separating Horemheb and the 19th dynasty pharaohs from the earlier 18th dynasty pharaohs instead of the 22nd through 25th dynasties, followed upon the earlier part of the 18th, leading down to the Assyrian invasions of the early 7th century BCE. So Velikovsky was saying this in 1945. Be wary of mathematicians, especially when they tell the truth. St. Augustine. He who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Orwell. According to sources, the imperial cult were the bigwigs, or movers and shakers of the day. They had ceremonies. They had many centers that later transformed into the Christian cult. After the change of dynasties, they felt the need to create their own mythology. They did it through the writing of the Gospels, and they deified Titus, the Roman emperor. The theological structure in the Gospels is the same one that was presented to the Roman Senate. Titus was declared the Son of God. The Arch of Titus, that still stands today, is inscribed to the divine Titus, Son of God. They spread their propaganda using the media of the day, the roads of Rome. The richest family in the world at the time, the Alexanders, funded this campaign. Who were the Alexanders? They were a Jewish family that served as tax collectors in Egypt. One of the members of the Alexander family was Philo of Alexandria, who was writing and combining Jewish beliefs as well as Roman and Greek pagan beliefs of the day. The symbols of paganism were transferred into the church. For example, the title of the chief pontiff of Rome was transferred into the Roman Catholic Church. And I have to admit, it's so confusing that it would be impossible for someone to confuse the issue. You got this group saying this, you got that group saying that, you got this group saying that, and then you got the lunatic fringe saying whatever comes to mind. How can one sort out what is what in this mess? History. Mostly false events, unimportant, brought about by rulers, mostly knaves, and soldiers, mostly fools. Not until lions have their historian. Tale of the hunt will always favor the hunter. Belief is the enemy of knowing. Epistemology and justice. Sacred is deathless. Once a person stands for something, he will create enemies. To be violent and arrogant, one must be ignorant of the universe. You know, they say that Catholic religion is sun worship, but there's a whole lot of Saturn iconography in their sun worship. I think it's the first sun that they worship, their black robes. Both sides aren't without their propaganda. The truth is probably so far out, it would be hard to believe. You know, I bet Americans are the most brainwashed, propagandized people on the face of the earth. Our mainstream media makes Joseph Goebbels look like a kindergartner with a crayon, and they haul out the biggest lies. Everything that NASA has found on these planets, we haven't the first clue of. We can guess, and we got some pretty good guessers, but we don't really know. But some of the things that I've seen are very tantalizing. They lead me to believe that the Earth is an outpost, and there's another human race on another planet going around another star, and they're probably thousands of years ahead of us. And those little grays that they see, those are probably androids just making sure we don't blow ourselves to kingdom come. As far as our ancient history, it's like everything else. It's just all blurred and messed up. Situation normal, all bleeped up. Or FUBAR.
So when the papal forces came here to invade, they were operating under the doctrine of discovery, which stated that the number 13 was the number of the devil, and that all mathematics not endorsed by the church was officially devil worship. So according to that doctrine, unfortunately, all Native American civilization was declared satanic, and the conquerors were given the right to slaughter every Native American they knew who could count.
Always been old maps, and there's always been a history of our planet that's been hidden.
I've come to the conclusion after many, many years of research that we're not simply dealing with UFOs. That's a small thing. If that had been the whole story, our government would probably have told us this a long time ago.
And for whatever reason, there are those who have their own intent to keep mysteries from the people. And this is why I feel the Earth is all out of whack, and people are out of whack, because the power of what we live on and who we are and our heritage is not being spoken of.
Some intelligences, some advanced, I mean very advanced intelligences that appear to have multidimensional source, origin. Now, I can't even tell you what the hell that means. Same single story is told again and again and again. We are a created hybrid race. We are the product of some vast laboratory of some kind. And that apparently the human race is not an accident. We're not some cosmic joke. We didn't just happen. The Darwinian theory of how we evolved from the apes doesn't even begin to hold water. I no longer investigate UFOs landing. I no longer investigate abductions, contacts, landing marks, and any of that. I have files that are filled with this kind of information.
When we as human beings think, where did it all start from? I don't think there's a single human being who can scientifically prove and say this was the case. We have hypotheses, and we have a right to think whatever we want. But the main thing is that we realize that we are spirits, we are energy.
This involves who we are, as a race, as a species. How did we get here? Why are we here? And where are we going?
And you go into the Southwest, those tribes down there have had 400 years or more contact with the Spanish church. They've even picked up skinwalkers, they picked up evil spirits. We don't have a devil, we don't have it. But we don't have this force because our concept of the Creator doesn't make such a thing. I've never seen a devil. I don't care if the white man believes in it. That's what the white man believes in. That doesn't mean that I have to believe in it. I believe in what I see. Have I ever seen the Creator? I've never seen the Creator directly. I don't expect to. But I see every day what the Creator makes. I can pick up a bouquet of flowers and hold that bouquet of flowers. I know the Great Spirit is kind and is very artistic. Bees come and sniff the flowers, they make honey. Birds sing. Those are all beautiful expressions of this Creator. So the Great Spirit gave me my life. Why should I fear it? I live because of the Creator. So I don't fear Creator, I don't fear evil spirits, and yet we have contact into the spirit world. And that is what is powerful.
All the evil deeds that have been done throughout the past is puzzling to me. Human beings are the only beings that know we're going to die on Earth. Yet they show no concern at all for what kind of legacy they leave. People are smart. They figure things out. They should know that. I guess what would be the worst thing for me would be what kind of legacy I left. I would think that these people being in the positions they were in would think the same thing. They thought nothing of life at all. That's puzzling. I was raised by a Christian mother and Christian father. I never saw anything like that. It was all, you know, peace and love and all that. But man, what an ugly past it comes from. Once one thing opens your eyes, then everything becomes suspect. And then they start dropping like flies. In all my life, I've only seen one leader in history that cared about what kind of legacy he left. Kennedy was president. America was loved all over the world. It sure isn't like that anymore. What happened? I made this video over a year ago, so I tried to leave it in as much of its original form as I could.
All free men, wherever they may live, are citizens of Berlin. And therefore, as a free man, I take pride in the words, Ich bin ein Berliner.
And Newton comes up with the only explanation he can think of, given the knowledge he has. As knowledge is acquired, better information is available, and more realistic explanations can be offered. If this is an electric discharge crater, we live in an electric universe. And again, the sun is not a giant nuclear reactor. It's basically a ball of electricity. It's not actually that hot, close to about 6,000 degrees. It's not very hot. Because if it was, the closer you got to it, the hotter you'd get. And you don't. It is powerful. It's a huge thing, the sun. But if it's an electric universe we live in, the whole of celestial mechanics needs to be rethought. This was one of the points that Velikovsky came up with.
And I stopped this book with the catastrophe that divides the Bronze Age from the Iron Age. If you believe in a Greek Dark Age, you know that the Bronze Age comes to an end around 1100 BCE. If you don't believe in it, as I do not, it ends around 600 BCE. And if you are a nerd for stratigraphy, it may even end later, like 400, 350 BCE. Anyway, it will end before the first millennium AD, after Christ CE, whatever you prefer to call it. And I have to say today that the major flaw of this book was ending in the first millennium BCE and not looking carefully enough at the first millennium AD. Of course, I was aware of the crises in the first millennium hitting the Roman Empire, but I belong to those who wrote about these crises as caused by demographical or by economical factors. This was the major flaw of thinking at that time, and I try to remedy this today. I worked on the problems of the first millennium AD since around 65 months, and we will look at the events that took place there right away. We start with a summary made by Wolf Liebeschütz. Now, if you start doubting that we are dealing with 3 different strikes with very little overlap, if you believe it may have been just a single strike, of course, you are confronted with chronology. The strikes are divided over 700 years, and to imagine the 3 strikes as just one will force you to cut 700 years out of the first millennium. This sounds bizarre. It sounds just impossible. So when I started to understand the chronology of the first millennium, what struck me most is that from antiquity, 1st to 3rd century, to late antiquity, 4th to 6th century, and then to the early Middle Ages, 8th to 10th century, you always have the same architecture, the same Roman basilica architecture. There is no evolution whatsoever in the arts, in the sciences, in the architecture, as I said, and moreover in the language too. Latin of the 2nd century is indistinguishable from Latin of the 9th century. So it's very strange, because before antiquity and after the early Middle Ages, you have evolution, you have changes. Within the periods, you have evolution. But between the periods, you have a standstill of cultural evolution that just appears to be absolutely impossible. So what to do? You ask yourself, is there any side in Europe or in the Near East, is there any side where you have traces of these 3 steps of civilization? Antiquity, late antiquity, early antiquity. If you have them anywhere superimposed on top of each other, you have a stratum for antiquity, one from late antiquity, and one for the early Middle Ages, superimposed on each other. So when you have the 10th century, you dig down and you find the 5th century or 6th century, and you dig down and you find the 2nd and 3rd century, always with this type of architecture. If you look for such a site, the selection is immense. So we know about 5,000 Roman towns and cities, 20 to 25,000 large agricultural estates, Villa Rustica. And further east, we know about at least 5,000 Chernyakov sites. They are outside of the empire. They are located about here. So we are looking at least 35,000 sites to find those that have these 3 periods, antiquity, late antiquity, and the early Middle Ages superimposed on each other. And when I started looking, I thought there would be thousands. Then I thought there would be hundreds. And then I thought there would be maybe 50. Now I know there is not a single such site.
Among the Jews, I mean, he was massive. It was a very messianic century. Because the year 1666 was on its way, the Christians thought Jesus was coming back, and there was a particular date which was auspicious in the Jewish calendar, where a lot of people thought it may be the date of the return of the Messiah. And this guy, Shabbatai Zevi, he was alive at that time. He was a renowned Kabbalist. You know, we've said that these people focused very much on the Talmud, and a part of the Talmud specifically, Kabbalah. And the Kabbalah was a general set of rules that used to be there, and different rabbis and great scholars, sages among the Jewish population would come out with their own versions of it. And one man in the middle of the 16th century, produced a version of Kabbalah which has spawned the entire Jewish Messianic movement for the last 400 years.
And you said 1666 was the Christian year that they all thought they were going to see a return, and the Jews had their own specific Jewish date that kind of coincided with some messianic prophecy that they would bring forward a Messiah. And didn't they say that Sabbatai Zevi was the Messiah for a while?
Well, the Sabbatai Zevi was a follower of the Kabbalah of this particular type of Kabbalah. This is the one which has brought all Messianic movements through Judaism, and it's known as the Lurian Kabbalah, after Isaac ben Solomon Luria. And this man invented a twist, a spin on the Kabbalah, a new interpretation and a new way of putting it together, and some new practices, spiritual practices. He was known among the community, by the way, as the Sacred Lion, because he was apparently able to do conjuring tricks, magic tricks with whatever he'd learned, or he appeared to the people to have special powers, and it influenced them. And I'll give you a quote about this man now from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It says of the Lurian Kabbalah, in no small measure it prepared the ground for the messianic ferment of the Shabbatian movement. So you can't get a better authority than that. And it's saying this Kabbalah, not the Kabbalah that you go and buy down at the bookstore, but this particular one is the one where all the magic tricks, all the conjuring appears from. This version of the Kabbalah. And what happened was that Sabbatai Zevi was just like any other rabbi in that area of the world, about 50 to 70 years now after the time of Isaac ben Solomon. Isaac ben Solomon wouldn't allow anybody to teach his version of the Kabbalah while he was alive. After he died, he gave permission to his disciples and students who'd got to a certain stage to teach other people. So it was in limited form. What happened with the Sabbatian movement, Sabbatai Zevi, he started having visions. He was practicing this system and he started having visions. He started being able to do conjuring tricks himself. Other people who were practicing the same thing as him started to have visions about Sabbatai Zevi being the Messiah. And these guys were great rabbis and spiritual leaders in the community, and they were all having these dreams and visions about him. So it was very much adding to the fervor of the time. And he himself, they say that he didn't believe it to start with and came to believe. I mean, the man is, again, one of these things that is whitewashed. You know, they try to say, oh, it wasn't really that important and he was just an embarrassment in the history of Judaism. And the way that people were thinking this man was the Messiah, and the influence that he had as a result. So the Caliph actually had him arrested. This is a very important part of his history.
Right.
And indeed, Al, this is the crux of the matter. The beliefs of the Lurian Kabbalah and the practice of the Sabbatian movement is the start of Crypto-Judaism. The Crypto-Jew and Crypto-Judaism. Crypto-Judaism, tell everybody you believe one thing, really you practice another and believe another. Crypto-Jew, tell everybody you're a Muslim, really you're a Jew. Tell everybody you're a Christian, really you're a Jew. And you can do this as far as they were concerned. It was part of the teachings of the Messiah, Sabbatai Zevi. So as far as they're concerned, the Messiah himself has given them not only permission, but instruction to start behaving like this. The Donmei were used at the time when they needed to overthrow the Caliph, to prepare the way for the First World War and the establishment of the Jewish national homeland in Palestine, Zionism. That's when the Jews actually went back and did a deal with the Donmei and said, and by this, and I'm using the term Jews loosely here because, as you'll see, if you study the history, you'll see they were Sabbatians. Another group of Sabbatians went to them and said, we need you to organize a movement. They were living in Salonika at that time. They said, go into Turkey and overthrow the Caliph. And they went in there and they established Freemasonic lodges, the first Freemasonic lodges in Turkey. And operating through those lodges over a period of time, they were able to overthrow the Turkish Caliphate.
Now, the Masonic lodges you're discussing, we're going to go to this now because I want to bring up what started now after Sabbatai Zevi's original failure. His movement actually morphed into several others, and one of them was, and it says so on a site that I read about it, that it ended up morphing into the Frankist movement, didn't it?
Jacob Frank himself said, Shabbatai Zevi was Messiah, and I myself am Messiah, and all three of us are manifestations of God himself. So, to get the timing here, Frank died in 1791, okay? That's when he died. And bear in mind that Isaac ben Solomon was pushing his L'Oreal Kabbalah around in around the 1560s. So we can see there that when people try to tell us this movement died with Sabbatai Zevi, it's entirely untrue. Because now, today, these people who built up a following of very wealthy Jews and powerful Jews, bankers and such like, by saying, don't worry, we're not extremists and you don't have to swap your wife with anybody, and because they're involved in orgiastic wife swapping and all sorts of strange practices, the Sabbateans. They said, look, you don't have to worry about that. With us, you can just practice normal Judaism and we'll give you this particular spin.
We know that a large fortune was passed on from father to son, and it actually started back, I think, back in the 14th and 15th centuries. I mean, huge fortunes, and it actually was the seed money for fortunes such as Warburg and fortunes such as Rothschild. How does that fit into this story?
Well, what we have as part of the Sabbatian movement, we find that under Frank, towards the end of his life, he instructed his disciples to go to Poland, Warsaw in fact, and to build factories and to get established in business and to start making big money. And also, according to Encyclopedia Judaica again, his followers became active in the Masonic organizations in Poland too. The Sabbatian movement is very, very deep, and these were openly Frankist in their beliefs, again involved in all the orgiastic wife swapping and all the other strange practices that they have, which most Jews would say, oh, all of this stopped with the Sabbatian movement under Sabbatai Zevi. But we can actually demonstrate that this was still being practiced in the middle of the 19th century, and even the early 20th century, they were still visible. Now, the other thing about Frank, Jacob Frank, is that is the man who told Adam Weishaupt to found the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati.
Now, at this time, 1790, the Rothschilds were already well established as nation crushers, and they had already backed the Jacobins in their revolt against the King of France. They had already begun with dealings with Cromwell and the rest. I mean, how was their activity monitored by these people, and where did they come in with all this money?
Okay, well, Adam Weishaupt took his money from Rothschilds in founding the Illuminati in Bavaria. He was financed by the Rothschild, but the instruction came from Jacob Frank himself. So,
now, the Rothschilds had already been rich for a generation already, and I mean, were they handed their fortune, or did they build it themselves, or was it a mix of both? Or, I mean, who gave them their start over in Frankfurt and Hanover?
Their start came through the history of them coming from families which were involved in the financing of trade. They were always involved in trade finance, which goes back, all the way to the very early days of the settlements, where people were traveling through the middle of the Khazaria, coming in and out. It was the Jews who were present in Khazaria at that time, before the embracing of before their embracing Judaism, were the ones who financed the business. They put money up because, of course, the Jews were money lenders of old. They were, because they could charge interest on it. The Muslims didn't lend on interest, and the Christians wouldn't lend on interest, but the Jews would, you see. So they were prepared to risk their money on a loan to finance transactions. And so mainly from money lending is how, and trade finance is the way that the Rothschilds began to build their fortune. Battle of Waterloo, I don't know if you know that
Yes,
story.
I do. I know they imploded the stock market and then bought it all back at pennies on the pound.
Indeed, they sent a false messenger into the London Stock Exchange. In today's day and age, you would go to jail for doing this, of course. But they sent a messenger in saying that the British had lost the Battle of Waterloo. The stock market plummeted. He bought everything up for pennies. And then the real messengers arrived and said that they'd won, and the stock exchange went up and he sold it all for cash, which he swapped then for gold. That was just, I mean, if you have people who are prepared to cheat, then you, and steal from people and defraud people, then you can probably be quite successful in this world. And the thing about the Kabbalah is that it does say that there is no such thing as evil. You know, these people have a belief that says evil is in the mind of the Gentile. And it's only because of their lack of spiritual enlightenment that they believe that people are evil or that evil exists. But if they were of a better mind, they would not see these things as evil. It comes down to these teachings from Kabbalah, which says that you know, in this world there is no evil. Or it even says in another slightly different spin on the same thing, it says the evil in the world is there from the left hand of God. And because God has a left hand where all evil comes from, if we work evil in the world, we are doing God's work in the world. We're working his left hand. This is absolutely true. You can study, anybody can study the Kabbalah and they will find that these are core teachings. Fundamental, not extreme to one side. These are very, very central to the core, because they say God is infinite, without personality, and therefore evil exists, and they use the Kabbalah as the basis for understanding evil in the world, and they say it exists, but it's not really evil. And specifically, the Lurian Kabbalah. And you'll find that these people believe the same thing throughout time.
And so, with a good measure of help by the well-financed occult brotherhoods, such as the Rosicrucians and Freemasons, the Royal Society was established as the first official organization dedicated to the advancement of scientific understanding.
The terminology and the different treats of you know, what the knowledge of the Druids were at that time.
And remember we said that Atomism and Christianity and all these secret societies are basically unworthy preservers of these ancient theological motifs?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so when you look into Masonry, you'll see the checkerboard that represents the squares of night and day, and also ignorance and knowledge.
Right.
You'll see the luminaries, representing the different cults of the ancient world, again, which they are, you know, unworthy descendants of.
Yes.
And you see the three columns, which is also employed in state buildings and so on. Those represent the three, or, you know, trees. They also, this is number 3. It represents the 3 orders of Druidism.
Right, yeah. And 3 and 3, of course, is very similar, the words.
That's right, threshold, you see. All of this is very, very important. You know, I mean, a whole elaborate study we've done in our DVDs and books on these symbols for people who are not familiar with them. Very, very important to notice these pillars in architecture.
Then we have the Freemasonic structure, the classic square and the compass here with the G in the middle, of course.
That's right. Went into this with Alex Jones, talking about that if you look at the degree ceremonies, they appear to have many Judaic names, like Knight of the Kadosh and Knight of the Serpent, and the Keepers of the Secret of Solomon, you see?
Yeah.
And I have so many quotes in the coming DVD that show you that all Freemasonry bows its head to the old, you know, Judaic system. And all that needs to be borne in mind, you see, is that when you hear things like Judaic system or Hebrew system, you just got to put the word atomist in its place, and then all stands explained.
The G.
But what I want to address with this Masonic symbol at this point is the letter G that you see on Masonry.
Yeah.
This is from the Gaionim tradition.
Right.
Remember we said the oral tradition linking to the Zadokites and Moses, secret oral tradition handed down to the tribes of Judah?
Yeah.
The tribes of Israel wanted nothing to do with it. They leave, they move on, they say, look, we're content with just this, you know, and they broke the covenant. And then you have the hardcore Gaionim, and then these are the progenitors of Masonry. That is why Masonry used the capital G. It's the 7th letter of the alphabet. It has a whole mystery attached to it in itself. But in lowercase, the G looks like a serpent.
Show the next image there, Frederick. You can take a look at that.
Remember that we talked about how even the symbol of the cross meant serpent?
Yeah, yeah.
The G in its lowercase is a cryptic, symbol, a cryptic image. It's an insignia. And that's why when you find it on Masonry, you got to realize you're talking Dragon Court, Brotherhood of the Snake. Again, going back to the pharaohs again, going back to the whole idea of the Atenists and the kings of the ancient world who wore the serpent, headdress.
Yes, absolutely.
The circlet, and that goes right back to the not only to India with Shiva, but right into Ireland. You see the symbol of the serpent and even the words that relate to this sort of royalty. They're still in business today.
Absolutely.
But what they tend to do, just like that previous image where you showed the G on the Gene Trust, it's put there as a symbol, but we don't see it with the left brain. Same thing with the communist flag, for instance. How many people have seen the communist flag? They don't even realize that is Druidic symbolism there and Masonic symbolism in one. You not only have the red, which represents the royals of the ancient world, see the Edomites, and this whole idea of the red square, the red carpet.
Yeah.
But the hammer and sickle is the shape of a G, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. And the sickle, of course, is very Druidic, symbol.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sickle is the Druids.
Yeah.
The hammer is the Masons.
Or even the Nordic Thor, right? A hammer of Thor.
Yes, absolutely. But it's also the gavel, and also you have to see that anyone who's really done their homework about communism, particularly I address people to the work of Uri Lina, but also Eustace Mullins and G. Edward Griffin, or anyone who's actually studied communism knows how much Judaism played a part, or let's more correctly say Zionist played a part.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, and therefore that's why you have the Judaic star and you have the Judaic G, you have the Gaionum. This is a word that people have to read up on. I deal with it in the Irish Origins book. The Gaionum are the super secret elect, who are they are the descendants of the Gaionum. They're the descendants of the Levites. But these are people who preserved the teachings of the old Atenists, you see?
Absolutely. And then actually on top there, we talked about the G before. That's actually the fifth note of the regular scale, the G. And basically what you have at the star is the pentagram, the fifth note,
Interesting.
And
that makes sense to me, yeah.
It does, and even our own sun, I think, our own star, the scientists of our modern age classify that as a G star. They have this different classifications, so it's all very much related here to industry, to science, and the same motif you see all over the place, basically.
You're saying they classified our planet or our sun?
Our sun is actually the G class star.
How about that?
Yeah. So
we're talking solar cult here, and then we have the G.
Yeah, absolutely.
How about that?
So it's very, very interesting. And again, if we look at the next one, we have the classic symbol of the lion and the British Israelite flag. The Union of the Jack, rather. But you can have your own interpretation of that if you want to.
The Union Jack, the Red Cross of the Templars, and by the way, if they go to the Irish Origins website, and instead of clicking on appendices, go to excerpts. If you go to excerpts, you'll see a chapter called 41. People can read the whole chapter there. It's been put there as an excerpt from the book.
Right.
You'll see a section, an elaborate section on the Red Cross and where that comes from. That's also Egyptian.
Very interesting.
But of course, the lion is the Lion of Judah, not Judah. See, here's another one. Did you know that the Tudors, right, we're talking about the different Plantagenets and the different dynasties that are Atenist in nature?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if Tudor is a bad transliteration or bad rendering of Tuda, T-U-D-A?
Mm-hmm.
Or more correctly, Judah.
Ah.
Right? We have the Jacob,
yeah,
the Union Jack. What happens if the Tudor dynasty, tutors, the teachers, but what happens if it's a bad rendering of Judah, the Judites, the people sitting on the thrones of England, you see? The Atenist lion turns up on the original coronation throne, and it's still there today.
Right there at the bottom of it, yeah, absolutely.
And a pyramid at the top of the chair.
Yeah.
So the Queen of England is sitting is coronated on a throne that has a pyramid at the top and 4 Atenist lions on the bottom.
Yeah, and there she is.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, and then of course there is another interesting connection here to the Druids and the worship of the horns, actually. If we look at the next image there, Fredrik, we can see the an overhead of Buckingham Palace here, and Buckingham. Tell us about that word, Michael.
Yeah, it may be nothing, but when you're into pattern recognition and the symbolism, you got to keep your eyes sharpened. Like I said, it may be nothing, but the very fact that Buckingham has the word buck in it, a buck is a male deer.
Yeah, there you go.
But even if you don't buy into that, the very design of Buckingham Palace is identical to Washington, D.C., and it has the pyramid motif, the shape, the structure of the geomancy. It's absolutely pyramidical in nature. The whole thing is riddled with symbolism. On the gates, even, on the gates of Buckingham Palace, you find the lion and the unicorn, which, of course, everyone knows is the Queen's standard, right? The British standard.
Right, right.
We've identified that the lion, which you see on the top of the left-hand pillar there, is the symbol of the old Latinists.
Mm-hmm.
But the unicorn, which is on the extreme right there,
the other side,
that is the symbol of the Ephraim. In biblical terms, it's the symbol of Ephraim.
Mm-hmm.
But the house of Ephraim is nothing more than the Levites who serve the Atnas. Remember we said it's always it's a bipartisan thing going on here?
Yeah.
There's a double up of groups. So the Atnas are the elite. The Atnas are the oligarchs, right?
Yeah.
But they are very, very, very few in number, man. They need their arms and legs. They need their mercenaries. They need their lieutenants. They need their menials. When you see the unicorn, the pale white unicorn, that represents their lieutenants.
Mm. Good to know.
I'll be going into this. I go into this in the DVD, and it shows the origin of all of these symbols. But just the fact that it's laid out as identical to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol building and the White House, shows you who's running England. I mean, not who's running England, who's running America.
Well, there you go, exactly. I'm drawn back to, we don't have that image right now, but the image with the Queen is actually more centered, so to speak, almost taking the throne up there when Bush and Laura Bush is up there waving their hands. Do you see that?
Absolutely.
When the Queen is taking the center stage there, it's like
absolutely
who's in control here.
Here you have Britannia.
Yeah.
Britannia is it's a long story behind Britannia. I have a chapter on the role of the goddess in Volume 1. But Baratana or Britannia goes originally back to Dana and to Bridget, right? The old megalithic goddesses of Ireland.
Ah.
Actually, what you're really seeing there is Eri, and in Sweden she's called Svea.
Svea, right? Yeah.
After whom after obviously is your country's named after.
Yeah.
The trident is also of Atlantis because the megalithic people were Atlanteans. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You have the shield of Britain. You have the maritime symbolism behind her, and you've got the lion of the pharaohs.
What kind of a peace do I mean, and what kind of a peace do we seek? Not a Pax Americana, enforced on the world by American weapons of war. Not the peace of the grave or the security of the slave. I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time. I speak of peace, therefore, as the necessary, rational end of rational men. I realize the pursuit of peace is not as dramatic as the pursuit of war, and frequently the words of the pursuers fall on deaf ears, but we have no more urgent task. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man, and man can be as big as he wants. No problem of human destiny is beyond human beings. Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again. And if we cannot end now our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal.
say about life? You gotta get together, tell yourself stories that violate every law of the universe, just to get through the goddamn day. What's that say about your reality, Marty?
When you get to talking like this, you sound panicked.
You figure it's all a scam, huh? All them folks? They just wrong.
Oh, yeah. Been that way since one monkey looked at the sun and told the other monkey, he said, for you to give me your fucking share. People.
Giants and mythology. We must not remind them that giants walk the earth. Frank Miller, Batman, Dark Knight Returns, 1987. Even though human memory fails to penetrate the true mysteries of our remote past, mythology provides us with a framework by which we can glean a semblance of humanity's origins, the many myths of giants, gods, and other advanced beings whose power supposedly once ruled this planet. Today remain the strongest mono-archaeological evidence we have to support the idea that a race of giants once peopled the earth. In this chapter, we will explore many of these myths, which are more than nebulous accounts concocted by unsophisticated humans, much more than metaphors or stories bearing symbolic or religious significance. They are what survived out of our history prior to the great age of cataclysms, which destroyed the global civilization and changed humanity and this planet for the subsequent 8 millennia. Now, for the first time, the truth about giants in our past is finally coming to light. Semantic derivation of the term giant. In our remote past, giants were worshipped as gods. Indeed, almost all the gods and goddesses of antiquity were of gigantic stature. Why is this so? Part of the answer may be found in an examination of the semantics involved. The roots of the word God can be traced back to the Germanic word Gott, and prior to the introduction of this particular title, there existed the Latin Deus and the Greek Theos. In ancient times, even the Hebrew tradition, it was widely known that these words, those signifying a power greater than oneself, applied not to a single omnipotent being, but rather beings from the sky, always denoted in the plural. In the annals and chronicles of ancient times, both gods and giants have been categorized as advanced beings, or sky gods. Now they're getting them confused with the planets, maybe. This is a very interesting point in of itself, but it also raises an important question. What difference, if any, exists between gods and giants? Who were these giants described in ancient times? Were they mere fantasies? Or do they represent a very real, very tangible link to our prehistoric ancestors? Mainstream science teaches us that creatures such as giants, ogres, and other monstrous beings are merely mythical icons from our remote past and have no basis in reality. Our ancestors, terrified of a world they did not understand and could not control, devised these myths to bring order and predictability to a chaotic primeval world. Such are the conclusions of academia in its final death throes. Through a study of ancient mythology combined with advances in archaeology and technology, we are coming to understand that the giants were actually highly advanced and may have possessed technologies comparable to or even surpassing our own. They were, for example, excellent record keepers and had significant knowledge of astronomy, medicine, and engineering. Thus, we ought to take seriously their seemingly extraordinary tales of titans, frost giants, and cyclops. The feats and wisdom of the ancients. In order to show that the frost giants and cyclops. The feats and wisdom of the ancients. In order to show that the giants of antiquity were not the product of an unsophisticated imagination, it is necessary to first establish as fact the feats and wisdom of the ancients. This inevitably leads into a discussion of their pre-modern technological advancements, achievements, some far more advanced than those of today. Once their sophistication has been demonstrated, we can more objectively address the issue of the existence of giants. What we have found is the civilizations of the world, of the ancient world, were far more advanced than many archaeologists are prepared to admit. A deceptively small device found in 1900 on the island of Antikythera, 25 miles northwest of Crete, lends credence to this assertion. Retrieved from the submerged wreckage of a Greek galley by fishermen and sponge divers. Boy, those guys are amazing. They hold their breath for up to 6 minutes. The device was actually a working computer, intricately devised, not by Apple or Dell, but by the Greeks during Hellenistic times, circa 323 to 146 BCE. David Childress, author of Technology of the Gods 2000, rightfully boasts of its discovery as being tantamount to finding a jet airplane in the tomb of King Tut. Hence, of other technological feats from antiquity have survived into the 21st century as well. For example, texts and detailed drawings of flying crafts called Vimana in the Sanskrit writings of India give us at least some indication that the remote past, someone or something flew the skies above Earth. Let's assume for the moment that the ancient traditions of the gods imparting knowledge and wisdom to early human race were not mere fantasy, but based on eyewitness accounts of actual events. This, then, would not be a misinterpreted record of an ancient alien visitation, but direct account of an earlier race of giants, passing on what it had learned from the gods to humans, in a form of succession, passing the torch to another generation of ancient Terrans, or earthborn beings. One of the many tribes of humanity that were passed the torch of civilization very early on from the primeval giants of old were the Chinese. Confucius records that in China, during the reign of the 5 monarchs from 2852 to 2206 BCE, flying carriages existed in that country. However, it is difficult to ascertain the full extent of the technological wonders the Chinese may have possessed because, prior to his death, circa 210 to 209 BC, Emperor Shenshi Hongti ordered the burning of hundreds of thousands of books, including all of those in the royal libraries. Childress, 2000. A few lucky tomes, however, escaped the wrath of the imperial torches. Well, that went on quite a few, more than once. Went on in the Middle Ages again, too. From them, a few accounts of advanced technology possessed by the ancient Chinese have survived to this very day. The ancient Chinese, in addition to the invention of flying craft and military technology, also developed practical innovations for mass consumption. An individual named Bai Xing introduced the technology of movable type in 1045 CE, more than 4 centuries before the printing press of the first Gutenberg Bible. And to resist earthquakes, quite common in China. The Chinese are rumored to have invented the first earthquake-resistant houses. Moreover, around 725 CE, 2 Chinese inventors were credited with developing the first mechanical clock. In addition, gunpowder was common to the Chinese, which they employed beginning in the 9th century or earlier. Gunpowder was used for fireworks and as a means to frighten opposing armies or to announce the coming of the invading force rather than as a weapon. According to Children's projects, the Chinese have always had a great scope and vision regarding their projects. Not only was the Great Wall a colossal endeavor, but the Grand Canal of China, which connects the Yalu River with the Yangtze, is 20 times longer than the Panama Canal. Yet the Chinese constructed it without modern equipment, starting over 1,300 years ago. There are other mammoth projects that are still unknown or waiting to be discovered, such as the largest pyramid in the world near Xi'an. Even the Chinese version of the typewriter, called the Hong typewriter, has 5,700 characters on a keyboard, 2 feet wide and 7 inches high. Chinese armies also employed the use of poison gas more than 2,500 years before it was invented and used by the West in World War I. They also developed cast iron in the 4th century BCE, more than 1,700 years before it was first used by Europeans, and created steel from cast iron in the 2nd century BCE, more than 2,000 years before the Westerners manufactured it. And you know, the funny thing is the technology came from the West to begin with. Then the West got wiped out, and it looks like the East maintained a lot of it. How is it then that the Chinese were so technologically advanced at such an early stage of their culture's development? Renowned British scientist, historian, and sinologist Joseph Needham of Cambridge University echoes this very question when he writes with regard to the splendor of early Chinese inventions. First, why should they have been so far in advance of other civilizations? And second, why aren't they now centuries ahead of the rest of the world? David Childress implies that the answer lies in the inherited knowledge from an older civilization. Its discoveries, writes Childress, like ours, are just the rediscovery of ancient technology. From the roller coaster ride of history, I posit Chinese civilization may have been jump-started by an extra-mundane source during the time when the primeval giants passed on knowledge to the chosen people of the new era. As you will see, we will argue for this theory throughout the book, as it is one of the fundamental tenets of our research. Giants as part of our collective unconscious. Since they first walked the earth eons ago, giants have become a part of our collective unconscious, a terrifying Jungian archetype that captivates the imagination. They form the cornerstone of the myths, legends, and traditions of almost every culture on earth, and in many cases these narratives have remained unchanged for millennia. Such myths often depict a civilization ruled by giants that is destroyed by a global deluge and eventually forgotten. These myths and legends help us to decode the secrets of that forgotten chapter in human history. Indeed, these gigantic inhabitants of our imagination are not mere figments, but rather the cultural phantom residue from our past experiences as a species. They are, in fact, imprints or echoes of a remote but very real dark age that we have mostly long since forgotten. Until now, as with all mythological accounts, they are but blurred images of a far more profound reality. Let's look at some specific examples of giants mentioned in the myths and legends of the world, beginning with the Inca civilization. Inca myth describes the Ayuca race, the Ayuca race, which includes 4 twin giants who hold up the sky. In this myth, as in many others like it, The human race becomes unruly and ungrateful. Angered by this, the four giants agree to let the sky tumble down and crash into the sea. The result is a global flood that obliterates much of humankind. The idea of the sky crashing to Earth and destroying virtually all civilization resonates with Plato's Atlantis and some more recent speculation regarding its demise. Some theories suggest that a comet or asteroid may have impacted Earth sometime during our remote history, causing the destruction of these ancient and advanced cultures. In Irish mythology, we learn of the Formarach, a giant sea people. Their leader, Baelor, guides them to the shores of Ireland following the Great Flood. They then become the native inhabitants of that island, while some scholars locate the Formarach's point of origin in Spain or North Africa. Others claim that the original homeland of these pre-Celtic giants was Atlantis, thought to have been located 200 miles west of Gibraltar. The Giants' Causeway in Northern Ireland is also linked to the giants in that its natural geologic formations consist of massive basalt columns that were claimed to have been the work of giants. In the 3rd millennium BCE, the Hurrians were the dominant race of Anatolia. The Hittites, who conquered the Hurrians around 2000 BCE, absorbed many of their religious beliefs and mythological traditions, including the myth of Alalu, the first king of heaven, a giant god who thrived on a mountainous island situated in the Western Ocean. Well, you know what that is. That's the polar configuration. A giant god who thrived in the mountainous island situated in the Western Ocean, which was often referred to as the Sea of the Setting Sun. The Western Ocean was an earlier name for the Atlantic Ocean. Author and historian Frank Joseph believes that this tradition of giant gods and the island in the Atlantic is a Hurrian memory of the mountainous island of Atlantis. Alalu's son was the mighty Kumarbi, the mythic personification of the Atlantic Ocean, and the Hurrian equivalent of the Greek god Titan Kronos, Saturn. Kumarbi placed the world on his mountainous neck, and this, in addition to being the equivalent of Kronos, he also was the Anatolian equivalent of the Greek deity and Titan Atlas, the founder of the mighty Atlantean Empire. The Key of New Guinea recalled a race of demigods or giants called the Nemo. They were said to be taller and stronger than the mortal race of today, but they were lords of the earth before the Great Flood. They taught the Key ancestors the fundamentals of agriculture and house construction. The Nemu were wiped out during the deluge, but their bodies were transformed into blocks of stone. This final feature of the myth, Frank Joseph writes, betray the Key's reaction to megalithic structures found occasionally in New Guinea, often composed of prodigious stonework they identify with the pre-flood of Nemu. The natives of the Fijian Islands believe that their ancestral land called Baratu sank long ago into the Pacific Ocean. This ancestral realm was obliterated when the heavens fell down, and fire and water melded together to produce the island of Samoa. The survivors, known as the Hitti, were thought to be a race of giants, the children of Atlantis. They built a monumental arch standing almost 20 feet high, Joseph, 2005. Arabic myth describes a race of giants known as the Adites. These beings are the equivalent of the Atlantean Titans of Greek mythology, and are described as superior architects and builders. Since their earliest recorded history, Arabs in the Middle East have associated all immense structures with these great giants of antiquity. We will read more about the building and civilizing skills of the ancient giants in the following chapter. Bochica is a figure in the myths of the Chibcha people of present-day Colombia, a bearded white-skinned giant similar to Atlas. He supports the sky on his shoulders. When the people forsake his teachings, he eventually drops the sky, causing a series of floods and conflagrations that decimate the planet. This event also destroys the giant's own home, forcing his children to flee and seek shelter elsewhere. In the end, they settle along the coast of Colombia, eventually becoming the country's native Indian inhabitants. As you can see from this small sampling, a sheer number and variety of giant myths and legends is staggering. Indeed, they can be found in almost every culture on Earth. As stated above, many of these mythologies include beings closely related to the Titans, who supposedly once ruled Atlantis. And of course, there is also the recurring narrative of a great cataclysm that destroyed a civilization sometime in the remote past. Such common themes and motifs lay the groundwork for an even broader discussion. Let's examine some of the additional accounts of giants now. Giants in India. In the spring of 2000, in a virtually uninhabited desert region of northern India, the American team of archaeologists uncovered the ancient skeletal remains of a human being of phenomenal size. An elite team of excavators from the American government made the discovery, with support from the Indian military, which holds jurisdiction over the area. Along with the gigantic bones, the team discovered tablets bearing ancient inscriptions. These tablets detailed the story from Indian mythology regarding the supreme god Brahma, who existed in the beginning and created the cosmos as we know it. This deity, according to the inscription, created creatures of gargantuan size. Remember the Silawak Hills? In the remote past, and commanded them to bring order to chaos. They soon became the rulers and guardians of humans, but they were consistently combating each other and engaging in profuse military engagements, along with fits of aggression and territoriality. Sounds like us today. They eventually failed their purpose and had to be destroyed. Some sources claim that the American team and Indian government secretly believe that these cyclopean relics belong to a vanished race of giants that Brahma created. Following the initial excavation, the Indian government sealed off the area, allowing access only to Indian government officials and authorized representatives of the American government. In the Sanskrit writings of India, we learn of the Daityas or water giants. They are mentioned in the Vishnu Purana and the Mahabharata, two of the most ancient and highly revered Hindu sacred texts. The Daityas were the offspring of Vishnu. These water giants are the East Indian equivalent of Titans of Greek mythology, which include Atlas and other kings of Atlantis. These writings describe how Vishnu's mother conquers the earth for the gods and becomes the first of the mighty Daitya. This ultimately makes her the upholder of the sky, what Frank Joseph describes as the moral order of the cosmos, therefore identifying her with the Greek titan Atlantis, who creates the island of Atlantis and holds the burden of the world on his shoulders. According to the Vishnu Purana, these water giants reside in Tripura, the Triple City, the metropolis now a sunken island located far across the impenetrable Western Ocean, the Atlantic, echoes Plato's own descriptions of the lost civilization of Atlantis. The immortal Greek philosopher wrote that this submerged landmass was beyond the Pillars of Hercules, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. In addition, the triple city of the Vishnu Purana is clearly emblematic of the trident of Poseidon, the patron god of Atlantis. In the final war, both the Daitya and Tripura were destroyed, which is yet another similarity to the myth of Atlantis. Seems like we just can't stop hating each other. But before the cataclysm, the people were pious. The Rakshas are also worthy of recognition, if only for their gruesome and diabolical reputations. Hindu belief maintains that the Rakshas were thoroughly wicked human beings in previous incarnations, and that their reincarnation as one of the most hideous giants was punishment for past sins. According to the Ramayana, these giants were born from Brahma's foot. Other myths trace their bloodline back to the demon Palastia, or to the other devils such as Kasha, Niridi, and Nirida. Rakshas are described as mean, vicious creatures, exceedingly ugly, gigantic in stature, and black as soot, unequaled in their ferocity. They interpreted sacrifices, desecrating burial sites, harassing priests, and took possession of impressionable young humans. In fact, their crimes are too numerous to describe here in full. They were often depicted with two fangs protruding out of their mouths like vampires, with sharp nail-like claws, prowling through the night like wandering beasts. Due to their obvious connection to the mythology of vampires, Rakshas have been associated with the undead, further emphasizing their venomous beast-like persona. They were also portrayed as cannibals. Giants in the New World. From myth to history. In the earliest written accounts of almost every culture, we find descriptions of fierce, light-skinned people who were once the central force of a lost civilization. Science writer Terence Aim, in an email message to the author on January 22, 2011, describes the following series of events in addressing the presence of giants in ancient North America. He also discusses some of the encounters between European explorers and various gigantic Caucasian aborigines in Central and South America. According to Aim, the Paiute tribe of present-day Nevada tells of an ancient war they waged against a primordial race of white-skinned, red-haired giants. Why always war? The Paiute claim that they were as tall as 12 feet in height and called the imposing Caucasians the Sitika. Sitika literally means tool eaters. In the language of the Paiute Indians, tool is a fibrous plant that the giants used to construct assault rafts. According to a tribal lore, this very tall race was already living in North America when the ancestors of the Paiute arrived 15,000 years ago. The modern scientific dogmatism dismisses such reports as sheer fantasy, but there has to be more to it than just a case of overactive imagination. I'm beginning to think nothing is just made up of whole cloth. Everything has an amount of truth to it. And indeed, hundreds of excavations, including sites in Virginia, New York State, Michigan, Illinois, Tennessee, Arizona, and Nevada, support the Paiute account. Hard scientific evidence specifically buttressing the legend of a war with red-haired giant Caucasians first came to light in 1924 at Lovelock Cave in Nevada. We all know about that. According to the legend, during the pitch of battle, the Paiute pursued the giants into the cave, where they took sanctuary and continued to resist the tribe. Ignoring their demands to exit the cave and face the tribe head-on, the enraged tribesmen covered the cave with brush, and then ignited it into flames. They must have had a lighter or something, or matches, hoping to burn their enemies out. A small number of stalwart giants ran from the cave entrance and were immediately pummeled by a barrage of arrows. Nice guys. Those who remained in the cave were overcome by intense fumes and perished. In 1911, skeletons and fossils were found in the area, dating to the time of the legend's origin. More than 10,000 artifacts were unearthed, including mummified remains of 2 red-haired giants. One of them was female, 6.5 feet tall. It's not a giant, that's a tall person. Giant's like 25 feet tall. And the other male, a towering 8 feet. Of course, they did get smaller as time went on. These relics proved once and for all that the Paiute myth of war against these race of white-skinned, red-haired giants was not a fantasy, but was a fact, stark reality. Evidence in the form of broken arrows that had been shot into the cave of a dark layer burned material confirms the description of the climactic battle scene that concludes the legend. 2 very large skeletons were unearthed in the humble dry lake bed near Lovelock, Nevada. Among the human remains was the skeleton wrapped in a gum-covered cloth, not unlike those found in Egyptian mummifications, and measuring some 8.5 feet tall. The other was an astonishing 10 feet tall. Now you're starting to talk, now you're starting to get right. I think maybe 13 to 15 would really be a giant. But, I mean, what about 50 feet? The Book of Mormon, which also speaks of giants, calls these original inhabitants the Jaredites, often considered the Olmec of Central America. But it is more likely that the Olmec were just a single part of a much more widely distributed population. In Ether 1526, the Mormon scriptures claim that they were large and mighty men as to the strength of men. The 16th century chronicler Fernando de Alva Cortez Ixtacatl wrote, "In this land called New Spain, there were giants, as demonstrated by their bones, and have been discovered in many areas." The ancient Toltec record keepers referred to the giants as Quinametsin, and as they had record of the history of Quinametsim, they learned that they had many wars and dissensions among themselves in this land that is now called New Spain. They were destroyed, and their civilization came to an end as a result of great calamities and as punishment from the heavens for graves. 6. Sins that they were committed. Allen and Allen. From the evidence, it seems irrefutable that a real race of red-haired giants dominated the Americas at one time, perhaps tens of thousands of years before the arrival of the ancestors of today's Native Americans across the Bering Strait, some 13,000 to 15,000 years ago. In defense of this statement, one must concede that the race is a mutable thing. Defense of this statement, one must concede that race is a mutual thing, and that the physical appearance of New World humans during the Ice Age may have been quite different. Perhaps they were part of a line that left no known descendants. By the same token, the presence of a forgotten Caucasian population in Asia that would have walked across Beringia with other Asiatics is also a possibility. This would explain some of the unusual results from recent genetic testing, which has confirmed the presence of Caucasoid genes and some of the existing ancient remains. Western Europe explorers such as Ferdinand Magellan, Sir Francis Drake, Hernando de Soto, and Commodore Byron, the famous poet Lord Byron's grandfather, all reported encountering living giants all across the North American continent, remnants of a once proud and noble race of Caucasian superhumans. Later, I think I got a little bit of that too. Later in Chapter 6, we will explore more accounts of giants in the New World. But first, let's examine what they have been one of their early roles in the history of the human race. We will then attempt to define a viable scientific explanation for the genesis of giants. Where did the giants come from? And if not the stars, did they evolve on Earth? And if so, how? We will examine both topics in the following chapter. The early role of giants and other catalysts for their genesis. Giants, builders of ancient civilizations. In the earliest accounts, which are most prevalent in the Greek and Near Eastern tradition, giants of prehistory are often depicted as great builders and engineers of all the structures left to us by the ancients. Perhaps the most enduring are those that are universally known as megalithic monuments. These great archaeological achievements are compelling, not only because of their immense size, but also because of the ambiguity concerning their origins. Who built them? When? Why? And equally important, how? In European folklore, giants were often credited with creating these massive stone monoliths. Indeed, there is more direct mythological connection between giants of the prehistoric construction of these megalithic structures and the eventual doom of a lost civilization. In this chapter, we will explore the open-ended question of the early role of giants may have played, before moving on to examine a potential scientific cause for gigantism. We may come up with some very surprising answers. Accounts of giants as skilled engineers. In the book of Numbers, Moses sent a pre-invasion reconnaissance into the Promised Land to gather intelligence about the Canaanite enemy. The scouts reached as far as Hebron, where they found, much to their surprise and horror, that the descendants of Anak were still inhabiting the region. Pioneering biblical archaeologist G. Ernest Wright addresses this issue of giants in ancient Canaan in his 1938 article, Troglodytes and Giants in Palestine. In it, he writes, Pausanias, a 2nd century CE Greek geographer, tells us that the great walls of Mycene, Tiryns, and Argos were constructed by giant cyclops. Hebrews, viewing some of the cities of Canaan, which we now know have possessed walls as thick as 18 feet and often built of Cyclopean masonry, might well have thought in terms of giants just as did the Greeks. Biblical expert Ronald S. Hindell corroborates this view in the March-April 2009 edition Biblical Archaeology Review, in which he writes that when the Israelites were confronted with the vast Cyclopean walls of the old ruined Canaanite cities, they inevitably concluded that the indigenous population of Canaan did in fact consist primarily of giants. This conclusion, says Hindell, is born out of many biblical texts. When the spies returned to their equally horrified commander and prophet, Moses, they reported, "The people who live in the land are powerful, and their fortified cities are very large. And indeed, we saw giants there. All the people that we saw in it are men of great height. We seemed in our own eyes like grasshoppers, and so we seemed in their eyes." For the most, that should be Velikovsky, or the original text. They got someone named Hindell credited here for that. I've read that before. For the most part, in its naturally easier place to ancient reports in a modern context, and assume that the original writers simply were confused and didn't know what they were talking about. That seems unlikely. However, because these cultures were highly sophisticated, although they were not as advanced as the culture of Atlantis, they were probably more or less on a par with our own culture today. When they made conscientious descriptions of people, places, and events, they were not doing so as children. They were making intelligent and highly rational interpretations of what they were witnessing. So yes, it is highly likely that the people of Canaan were indeed giants, as described by these spies in the Old Testament. Hendel also mentions the Battle of Jericho, a racial cleansing of the Canaanites at the hands of the Israelites, wherein the city of Jericho was destroyed and hundreds of thousands of Canaanite men, women, and children were killed, as stated in Joshua 6:20. Joshua and his troops marched around the city once a day for 6 days. On the seventh day, they marched around it 7 times, and on the seventh circuit they blew their horns and shouted. When the people heard the sound of the horns, the people shouted a mighty shout, and the walls fell down. It was creations such as the walls of Jericho that best illustrate the building capability of the early giants. However, from this quotation, we see that even masonry allegedly built by them wasn't totally indefensible. The ancient historian Josephus confirms that these giants were indeed skilled architects. He mentions 2 pillars, one of stone and one of very hard brick, which the giants erected to stand as a lasting testament to their engineering skills. They were constructed so that at least one might survive the great deluge to come. The giants feared that this final catastrophe would destroy everything that had been built by their hands. In Antiquities of the Jews, Book 1, Josephus wrote, "Now these pillars remain in the land of Syriad to this day. Noah quitted the land of Seth for fear that his family might be annihilated by the giants. As late as the days of Joshua, son of Nun, there were still giants of Hebron who had bodies so large and faces so entirely different from other men that they were surprising to the sight and terrible to the hearing. The bones of these giant men are still shown to this day. Did giants build the dolmens of Western Europe? Medieval Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus insisted that giants must have once existed, because only they and their awesome strength and superhuman capabilities could have built the dolmens, menhirs, massive walls, and other structures that are strewn across Western Europe. The idea of a vast megalithic culture that once dominated much of Europe in the same remote past is taken up by author Paul Dunbaven in his book Atlantis of the West. For Dunbaven, the megalithic structures of Europe are not just simple creations built by a Stone Age culture, but the sophisticated handiwork of an advanced and ancient race, possibly the Atlanteans. Indeed, Britain was once named Albion, after a Titan king of Atlantis. Dunbaven believes that Atlantis lies beneath the Irish Sea and was submerged in 3100 BCE when a comet struck the Earth. Well, you know that. That's what they have, impacts, causing the Earth's crust to shift and thus shrinking some of the existing land masses, including those in and around ancient Europe. Dunbaven, 2003. Armenian Stonehenge. The fallen temple of Baalbek, one of the most ancient and archaeological significant megalithic sites in the world, is Baalbek, where the bones of what may be ancient giants have been found. Baalbek lies approximately 86 kilometers northeast of the city of Beirut in eastern Lebanon. This most enigmatic of holy places is one of the Near East's most important Roman and pre-Roman temple sites of study by historians and archaeologists, In 1898, a German expedition there claimed to have discovered no evidence of occupation prior to the Roman period, despite other claims suggesting a very ancient habitation of the site. Recent archaeological finds have supported the latter idea, for in a deep trench at the edge of the Jupiter Temple platform, Neolithic artifacts were discovered, along with skeletons of 3 individuals of giant stature. Pottery dating to the Seleucid era, 323 to 64 BCE, as well as the Roman era remains, were also discovered. During both the Seleucid and Roman occupations, the town surrounding the immense religious monument was known as Heliopolis, city of the sun, and the sun god Jupiter was the focal point of the shrine. We have discussed this before. That's when Jupiter replaced Saturn for a brief period. The Roman god Jupiter had overtaken and supplanted the Greek god Zeus. They're both the same thing. Who replaced the earlier god Baal, and that was Saturn, who identically shared some common characteristics with Zeus and subsequently Jupiter. Archaeologists now agree that Baalbek is more than 9,000 years old, with continual settlement dating from the Neolithic Age to the Roman Iron Age. Surrounding the site are massive walls built with 24 monoliths, weighing some 300 tons each. The tallest wall on the western flank of the temple site contains what is known as Trilithon, a row of 3 stones, each 19 meters long, 4.3 meters high, 3.6 meters broad, cut from solid limestone. Each stone weighs approximately 800 tons. Even with today's technology, moving them into place would be a tremendous archaeological accomplishment indeed. According to David Hatcher Childress, large numbers of pilgrims came from Mesopotamia as well as the Nile Valley to the temple of Baal Astarte. The site is mentioned in the Bible in the Book of Kings. There is a vast underground network of passages beneath the Acropolis. Their function is unknown, but they were possibly used to shelter pilgrims, probably at a later period. How then was Baalbek constructed? Ancient Arab writings explain that the first stages of Baalbek, including the Trilithon and other massive stone blocks, were built following the Great Flood at a mandate of King Nimrod by tribe of giants. Again, we see the same giant motif lending credence to the race of giants theory. How could so many disparate cultures and so many isolated locations all around the world arrive at the same supposition giants were responsible for building the great megalithic monuments of prehistory? Well, you know, Baalbek dwarfs anything built in Rome or Egypt. It does look like it was built for giants. Stonehenge, the Giant's Ring. Another significant megalithic site needs little introduction. We are referring, of course, to the glorious Stonehenge, perhaps the most famous megalithic structure in the world. One fascinating story concerning Stonehenge is a 12th century account written by Geoffrey of Monmouth. In his work, Hysteria Regum Britanniae, also known as the History of the Kings of Britain, Geoffrey maintained that the rocks of Stonehenge were healing rocks, and that had been imparted from Africa, and that they had immense curative properties. Collectively called the Giant's Dance, Stonehenge had, according to Geoffrey, originally been constructed on Mount Killarus in Ireland. 5th century author, Arthur-like figure, Ambrosius Aurelius, at the behest of Merlin, designed Stonehenge to be instead a monument for the knights who perished fighting off Saxon incursions. Thus, the king dispatched Merlin, Uther Pendragon, and 15,000 knights to Ireland to capture the monument and bring it back to Britain. The knights slew 7,000 Irish warriors, but were unable to move the rocks with ropes and brute force. End of chapter. Chapter 3. A accounts of giants in the classical sources. As we shall learn, according to the Greek myth, as conceived by such seminal authors as Hesiod and Homer, the primordial earth produced a series of primeval monsters and giants, human-like beings known as Titans, who became the first race of Greek gods. Other giants followed, including the Cyclops, Gigantes, Centaurs, and Typhons. In this chapter, we will explain ancient evidence of them, primarily from sources derived from the classical world, and explore how inhabitants of the classical world were on a very physical search to find evidence for themselves that these giants once roamed the earth, a land of gods and monsters. The ancient Greek writers called their country a land of gods and monsters, referring to the often pernicious Greek deities and their hundreds of various giants, monsters, demigods, and other creatures that inhabited it. These giants, however, such as the Cyclops, Antaeus, and Orion, were surprisingly human-like, and they were not altogether disproportioned to human beings, for they mingled in love and strife with them. Bullfinch, 2004. But those other giants who waged war against the gods and exhibited superhuman, even godlike powers were far more gigantic in size than their weaker brethren. Examples of these gigantic giants include Tityus, who was said to have been so large that while resting on the plain near Mount Olympus, his massive body covered some 9 acres. Now, that's a giant. Enceladus, too, required the whole of Mount Etna, upon which to rest his enormous head. Where is it? Still others, like Boreas, had 100 arms. Typhon, the sea beast, excreted fire from his abominable lungs. Bullfinch explains that, according to the Romans, at one time they put the gods to such fear that they fled into Egypt and hid themselves under various forms. Jupiter took the form of a ram, whence he was afterwards worshipped as the god Ammon, who with carved horns. Venus, a fish. Mercury, a bird. At another time, the giants attempted to climb up into heaven, and for that purpose took up the mountain Ossa and piled it on Pelion. They were at last subdued by thunderbolts, which Minerva invented and taught Vulcan and his Cyclops to make for Jupiter. The Greek religious writer Hesiod describes the giants vividly. They were warriors of immense strength and power who donned gleaming white armor and brandished long spears and other deadly weapons, treated with poison. These depictions of the giants as cruel combatants adept at the art of war conform to later portrayals in ancient Greek and Roman art. The idea of a revolt against the gods, however, did not emerge until the 6th century BCE, with the first artistic depictions of the conflict. While the poet Hesiod often makes clear that the giants were highly warlike and violent creatures, there was no evidence of those tendencies being directed at the Olympians until a much later time. I'm going to have to look that up, see if I can find some pictures for it. But, the war. Backing up the myths with science and excavating giant bones in antiquity. Having touched on a few mythological accounts of the giants, let's now turn for a brief moment to the field of archaeology, where we will see the physical evidence may or may not support the mythological accounts, while bearing in mind that the results of any study regarding the examination of ancient giants purported to be those of ancient giants must be met with caution, but also with an open and prepared mind. Too frequently, we are duped by archaeological hoaxes, but an equal amount of discoveries are inexplicable
and in this remain fascinating in their open-ended implications. The finding that you will read about next, called The First Fossil Hunters, written by historian and folklorist Adrian Mayer, are some brief examples of the latter. Skeptics claim that what the ancients really found were bones of long-extinct mammals and dinosaurs, such as the mammoth or triceratops. Wherever the truth may lie, for mainstream scholars the choice is simple. Either ancient peoples mistook prehistoric remains of dinosaurs or extinct mammals to be those of the giants and heroes described in their ancient myths, such as the Nephilim, as described in the Bible, or the Greeks' very own Titans and Cyclops, or they downright imagined that they were the remains of giants because they wanted to believe this was so. In any event, the compelling nature of these unearthed bones caused a great bone rush amongst the people of the city-states of ancient Greece and later among the larger territories of the Roman Empire. They were already searching for relics to make money. We will have more to say on this bone rush a bit later in the chapter. But for now, let's look at more of the classical accounts that mention giants before we explore how the concept of giants fits within the cosmology of our classical forebears. The planets were closer. Homer's giants. The ancient Greeks possessed a mythology rich in symbolism about giants. In 400 BCE, the Greek poet Homer wrote, "On the earth there once were giants." To the ancient Greeks, Homer was much more than one of their most highly revered writers. In their view, his two principal works, the Iliad and Odyssey, were divinely inspired. Together they formed the Bible of the entire ancient Greek civilization. Well, the story of Iliad is the story of close encounters with Venus and Mars and the moon, and Jupiter was there too. With regard to giants in the Iliad, a scenario mentioned briefly by Homer in this work involves the twin giants Otis and Pylades, known collectively as the Elachidae. They were renowned for their strength and bravery. However, they were equally disdained for their audacity and recklessness. Otis and Pylades brought much chaos upon the gods. They tried to storm the home of the gods by piling 3 Greek mountains on top of one another: Olympus, Ossa, and Pelion. Ares, god of war, that's Mars, attempted to halt their advance, but instead the giants put Ares in chains and held him captive for 13 months. Hermes eventually rescued Ares, but it was the goddess Artemis, Venus, who finally brought about the twin giants. That's just my guess. Destruction. She metamorphosized into a deer and jumped in front of them. They raised their bows and took aim, each firing a shot, but ultimately they missed the deer and hit each other instead, whereupon both were killed. In the Odyssey, we are introduced to the mighty Cyclops, a fierce race of one-eyed giants. When Odysseus and his fellow Archaeans became trapped in a cave inhabited by one of the Cyclops named Polyphemus, who immediately began to devour one of the captives, the air became filled with heavy-laden stench as the god gulped down their limbs and torsos in outpourings of blood. The horrifying clamor of agonizing shrieks and in the crunching of bones drowned out the sound of ocean surf and seagulls on the beach. In response, Odysseus's men prayed to Zeus for salvation, but to no avail. The bloodthirsty giant then murdered 2 more men. When Polyphemus left in the morning, he placed an immense rock behind him, blocking the exit from the cave. This prevented the Achaeans from following him out to the fields and to safety. Unable to escape and return to the ship, Odysseus planned a ruse. When the giant returned, Odysseus offered his captor wine, intoxicating him in the morning. As the Cyclops slept, the men gouged out his single eye with a pole. Dirty bird. The giant immediately awoke, screaming in agony, calling out for the other Cyclops to help. However, they simply ignored him. Polyphemus removed the rock, blocking the entrance to the cave as he searched blindly for his assailants. And then the Archaeans made their escape. After escaping the island of the mighty Cyclops, why would he leave them access to a spear? The mighty Cyclops, the Achaeans, were caught in a tempest and blown off course. They rode to a land of, oh my goodness, this word, Laestrygonians, a powerful race of giants. Their giant king, Antiphates, and his queen captured and dined on Odysseus' men, who beat a hasty retreat back to their boats as the towering giants hurled immense boulders at them. All of them but Odysseus were destroyed. Then Odysseus escaped to the home of the gods, Circe, which he remained for some time. Today it is uncertain whether a man named Homer really existed, or the name merely represents a number of separate authors, their individual identities now lost to the sands of time. Despite such speculation, one thing is certain: Homer has proven to be much more than the creator of fairy tales. In his greatest epic, the Iliad, the Greeks were pitted against the inhabitants of Troy. This was proven to be a very real, very ancient city by Hendrik Schliemann in the 19th century, as we shall read about later in this book. The giant Orion, ancient brute or traveler to the stars. In Pliny the Elder's immortal work, Natural History, he cites Greek and Roman mythology with regard to the ancient legend. The giant Orion, Pliny explains, was born from the skin of an ox, which had been placed by a humble peasant into the soil of Boeotia. At the insistence of the Atlantean gods, Neptune, Mercury, and Jupiter, the Atlantean demigods relieved themselves upon the pile, thereby spawning the giant. Orion is featured at the feet of a bull among the constellations, the bull being the most sacred object of worship among the Atlanteans and their ancient temples. Orion is not a hideous ogre. However, he is described as very handsome, and he is also said to be a superb and mighty hunter. Orion's main love interest was Merope, the daughter of Opinion, king of Chios, and he desired to marry her. He purged the island of all beasts and wild creatures, and the spoils of the hunt were given to her as presents in an attempt to win her over. Oenopion, however, refused to grant permission for Orion to marry his daughter. Angered by this, Orion attempted to rape Merope. This infuriated her father. He made Orion drunk, then robbed him of his vision and guided him to the seashore and left him there. Wandering hero, now blind, followed the sound of a Cyclops' hammer until he finally arrived at Lemnos and came to the forge of Hephaestus, who, taking pity on him, entrusted him with one of his men, a guide named Kedlion, who took him to the abode of the sun. Orion placed Kedlion on his shoulder and proceeded east, where he met the sun god Helios, who restored his vision with a beam of solar rays. After this, Orion became the lover of a fellow hunter, Artemis. He was her favorite, and she often boasted that one day she would marry the handsome giant. Her brother, Apollo, was highly indignant about the affair. But it didn't deter Orion and his beloved Artemis. One day, as Artemis was out hunting with her bow and arrow, Orion submerged into the sea, with just the top of his head sticking out of the water. Apollo and Artemis happened upon the scene. Apollo knew what they saw in the water was the head of Orion, but Artemis did not. When Apollo suggested to Artemis that she try to hit the object with an arrow, she complied. She was then horrified to find the dead body of Orion washing up on the shore. Artemis placed him among the stars, where we can still see him today, appearing as a giant with a girdle, sword, lion skin, and club. He is followed by his dog, Sirius, and before him fly the Pleiades, who were nymph companions of Artemis. The shoulder blade of Pelops. This fascinating story involves the Greeks during the siege of Troy, circa 1200 BCE. According to the author, the classical scholar Adrian Mayer, the battle between the ancient Greeks and the inhabitants of Troy continued unabated for more than a decade. 10 long years of bloodshed and misery, no end in sight. At this point, the battle-weary Greeks took a Trojan seer prisoner and forced him to reveal ancient secrets. The Greeks would never taste victory unless they located the shoulder blade of the great hero Pelops and brought it to Troy as a talisman. The Greeks then dispatched a vessel to Olympia to find and bring back Pelops's gigantic shoulder blade to the battlefront. Mayer takes reference to Pausanias, a Greek traveler and geographer of the 2nd century CE, or AD, who lived in the times of Emperors Hadrian, Antoninus, Pius, and Marcus Aurelius. Mayer says that according to the Pausanias, some bones of heroic size were discovered by the Greeks who were searching for the shoulder blade of Pelops, and they assumed that they were his. These Cyclopean relics believed to possess potent magic and were supernatural powers, were found housed in a bronze chest and stored within the temple of Artemis at Olympia. Mayer points out the first fossil hunters that, according to Pausanias, as a youth Pelops had been chopped up and served to the gods as a blood sacrifice. But once the gods realized on whom they dined, they restored the young Pelops to life. His shoulder bone, however, had already been eaten, so they gave the young hero a new shoulder blade made of ivory. But it was this new shoulder blade that was housed with the rest of Pelops's bones in the temple of Artemis. Pausanias claims that the ivory shoulder bone was actually shipped to Troy during the prolonged war, and Mayer corroborates that account. According to her, it was bundled in straw for its journey by mule from the Olympia to Selene on the coast. There it was loaded onto a boat bound for Troy, either lashed to the deck with ropes or placed below the ballast. After a long sea voyage of nearly a week, Pelops's shoulder bone arrived at Troy. I never heard this story before. What about the horse? And just as the seer had predicted, the relic bone witnessed to the sacking of the city and the triumph of the Greek forces. Following their much-anticipated victory, the Greeks loaded the ancient artifact back onto the ship and departed for Greece. However, the Greek vessel was met with a violent sea storm and was wrecked off the coast of Euboea. Their precious cargo was lost forever. Euboea. Dead heroes and giants from Greek and Roman mythology. Across the narrow Dardanelles from Troy, Mayer writes, the ancient Thracian Chersonese, the Gallipoli Peninsula, was the setting of a unique dialogue. The work she refers to on heroes, written about 218 CE AD by the sophist Philostratus of Lemnos. Some of these names, I swear. What is otherwise considered an early romance novel is also peppered with references to the discovery of cyclopean bones and enormous relics belonging to long-dead heroes and giants from Greek and Roman mythology. The setting for the dialogue is the port of Ilias, at the mouth of the Hellespont. The opening act, a rustic grape farmer turned philosopher and a merchant awaiting his trading vessel engaged with intriguing conversations. The grape farmer tells the merchant he has heard rumors of gigantic bones being found, remains that supposedly belong to the giants and Greek heroes. He also claims to be well versed in the stories of men who had become the Greeks' heroes during the Trojan War, such as Achilles and Ajax. The merchant then inquires about whether there is any empirical proof to support the belief in heroes who average some 10.5 cubits in height, 4.5 meters. That's quite tall. The farmer replies by listing some of the main heroes of Greek mythology whose bones had been supposedly found during the prior centuries, including Orestes' 7-cubit skeleton seized by the Spartans from Tegea, Plato's account of a huge skeleton found by a shepherd in the aftermath of a massive earthquake in Lydia, and the unearthing of a giant Erides at the banks of the Orontes. The farmer's own grandfather, Mayer explains, had told him how Roman Emperor Hadrian came to pay homage to Ajax's relics after the skeleton, with memorably big kneecaps, was washed out by the sea just across the strait. Hebbion embraced and kissed the bones and laid them out, apparently in a configuration of a man, about 15 feet tall. Then the emperor built a fine tomb for Ajax's bones in Troy. "Have you personally seen any hero's bones?" asked the merchant. The farmer responded, "Less than 50 years ago, I myself sailed across the Strait of Sigium to view the last skeleton that eroded out of a rocky cave on the Cape. Signium, near Rhodium, was a Greek hero Achilles' traditional burying place. The upper body of the skeleton was concealed in a cave, but the rest of the bones extended some 10 meters onto the Cape. And that is where we will stop. That's about concept of giant impact, Greek thinking, the theory of evolution, and the concept of extinction in the ancient world. Reading the subchapters. The bone rush, the quest for the hero's remains. Did ancient archaeologists know what they were finding? Orestes and his sacred remains, gigantomachy, and giant fossil discoveries. Giants could also be monsters. And Hercules in the body of Antaeus. Those are some of the subchapters. A world of snow monsters and frost giants. That would probably be a good. Clash of the Gods. I'll read a little of this, and then we'll be done. Clash of the Gods, the Norse deities and the giants. From a realm of cold and darkness came the frost giants, threatening to plunge the mortal world into a new ice age. But humanity could not face this threat alone. By ice giants, they mean Neptune and Uranus. Our armies drove the frost giants back to the heart of their own world. The cost was great. In the end, their king fell, and the source of their power was taken from them. With the last great war ended, we withdrew from the other worlds and returned home to the realm eternal, Asgard. And here we remain as the beacon of hope, shining out across the stars. And though we have fallen into man's myths and legends, it was Asgard, as its warriors, that brought peace to the universe. Odin, the All-Father Thor. It says Odin, the All-Father Thor. 2011 film. A world of snow monsters and frost giants. The early beliefs of Northern Europe encompass a rich and sinister mythological tradition that includes not only giants, but an entire host of magical and mystical creatures. The ancient Norse divided the peoples of the world into three distinct categories: civilized people, barbarians, such as the Nordic peoples themselves, and subhumans, which, as the Skrælings of native peoples of North America, when the Vikings entered the region for the first time, they took their swords and battle axes in hand and tested them out on anyone they encountered to determine whether they could be killed and thus were human, or whether they were invincible, which meant they were giants or members of one of the other many magical races, therefore immortal. Examples of the magical races include orcs, trolls, elves, half-gods, and of course, giants. All of these were very similar to the creatures that the famous author J.R.R. Tolkien wrote about in The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. In attempting to understand the Norse mythology, we need to understand its origins. According to the 19th and early 20th century writer Donald Mackenzie, Celtic and Teutonic Norse mythology demonstrate a definite commonality. It would appear, he writes. The archaic giant lore is pre-Celtic and pre-Teutonic, therefore implies a common inheritance in the wars of the Olympians and Titans. And the Irish Danann gods are Formorix, and the Azir and the Jotuns.
Proportion to each other We should think of the most authoritative part of our soul as a guardian spirit given by God living in the summit of the body, which can properly be said to lift us from the earth towards our home in heaven. For we are creatures not
Whoopsie. It came pretty suddenly. I wasn't prepared.
Talking to Greg. Climb up on you quickly, Greg.
But I didn't.
Done well, brother. Done well.
Yeah, so this is our second round.
Yeah. You sure you're not going to fall asleep now?
No. What do you think? What do you think happened to the Giants? Do you believe there were Giants? I do.
Well, they say it's plenty of evidence that they were bigger, and I think probably there was something that changed the climate, maybe an ice age.
Yeah.
So there was a lot less nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
So everything got smaller that didn't die out.
Right. Yeah.
A good theory.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Yeah. So we're just kind of going into spring. I'm sorry I'm having a problem speaking. It's my tongue.
No, that's all right. You're doing all right.
Yeah. But what was it? What did I just say?
We're going into spring.
Oh, yeah. So, winter was a long haul, long slog.
Yeah.
And now you guys are just going to be going into it. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but we don't get the cold and the snow quite like you get.
No.
Like you do get some very, very cold weather compared to us.
Yeah, you must.
So did you get much snow and that this year, Greg?
Really? No. We don't. We haven't been for years. I don't know why.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, snow used to be 2 feet high in the houses.
Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, I remember you talking about how you used to do a bit of skiing and that.
Oh, yeah. I used to ski. Yeah, when I was a younger fellow. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to think, there's all the bitumen around now, and that likes to collect heat. So around your cities will be warmer than they used to be.
Yeah, you think so?
All that.
You think it makes a difference?
Yeah. You think about how many miles and miles of bitumen there is around where you live.
Yeah.
It's a fairly big place.
It sure is.
And also, and combined with the lakes and that you got, you can probably say, well, yeah, it is going to be not as kind for snow and that as it used to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Something has changed. And, we used to go skiing at Mount Holly. Every day we could back in the 80s and 90s, but I doubt they're even open very much anymore. Because we'll get a week of cold and it'll be followed by a 50-degree day.
Yep.
And it just won't take. Don't give it time. And it wasn't like, when I was a kid, everything seemed bigger and greater, because you're a kid. But it seemed like it snowed endlessly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's just what, I don't think it's some real big event. I think it's just everything to it, things like that will change it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to put on some visuals for folks. Hold on.
Need a few more people to push the like button, Greg.
Yes, please push the like button. Please push the like. Yep.
Hey.
You're wondering which one.
Well, it's interesting to take on the Giants, and I know old Mud Fossil, he gets on it every now and then, and talks about how the Earth's sort of like
This is into a golden age.
Go ahead.
So he talks about how Earth was made, you know, like and there's dead giants here and there, and the rocks with the resonance of blood in them and that, and it's all interesting. You can't say he's wrong, but you can't. But no one wants to have a real look at it to prove him right. That's one of the big problems for him.
Well, yeah, but I think that he's right. He was right.
Yeah. Yep. He could be.
Yeah.
Been around a while. He's been around a while. He'd be getting a fair age too now. Rog.
And it's kind of crazy though that that one place, BAALBEK, that I did a little spot on. That thing dwarfs everything that was built in ancient times. Everything. Even the pyramids.
Yep.
It was built for giants. Must have took a lot, you know?
Yep.
I know, I hate talking because of my voice, but...
Oh, you're doing all right. You sound all right.
I do? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's all coming to a head.
Yes.
Yeah. Gonna have to get on that radiation wagon. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, well, actually, I sent you a link in Discord because there was in the chat a while back.
Yeah.
And Peasant sent about an article on that in Substack.
Yeah.
And I found it. And send it to you in Substack.
Yeah, email it to me. Yeah. Or
no. Sorry,
put it on
I
Discord.
sent it to you on Discord.
Yeah, Discord. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That'll work.
Yes.
I can just copy it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
It's not a bad article. Got a fair bit of references in it, so keep you busy for a while reading it all.
Yeah. That's true.
It's fairly detailed. And that's the thing with so many things now is they give you an outline, but they never give you any real detail of how they come up with what they're claiming. And it's not like you can turn around after you bought it and say, this stuff isn't no good, give me my money back, because they all say you can get your money back, but when you try, they usually disappeared. Or they're virtually impossible to get to respond.
Yeah, they get you, if you can contact them at all, they get you with endless voice recordings, you know. It's shift here and shift there, press 1 for this and press, you know. That it's really kind of disheartening. You know, it makes me mad.
They're talking to a computer.
Yeah.
They're talking to a computer.
Yeah.
Yes. So is that our future with AI? We're just going to be talking to a dumb.
It's already there. Yeah. You know, they got robo-dialers. I get called by robo-dialers I don't know how many times.
Oh, yeah.
At least 2 a day.
All right. Yeah, well, out here now, our telephone system's set up that you can block them.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the end of them real quick. So you just go block. And then if you push it off, there's something, if you do something, then the communications companies check them out. If they're what you're sort of half claiming, they actually disconnect them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will say this, Greg, so I bought a few things off a site called Temu.
What is it called?
Right. Temu, T-E-M-U. It's a Chinese thing, right?
T-E-M-U, okay.
Yeah. But, you know, like, you got to play their game and all that. So you get stuff fairly cheap, but you got to play their game.
Name it again?
So every now and then you go into their chat thing, you know, where you talk.
Timu.
Yeah, T-E-M-U, right?
Yeah, okay.
So you go into their area where, you know, you can ask questions and all that, and you always get this bloody robotic thing. So I just go, hey, robot, you ripped me off, right?
Yeah.
And start at it, and then it'll give you a $20 voucher or something like that. So some of them robots are pretty good. Yeah, robot, you're doing me head in.
Now, how do you spell that? T-A-M-U?
No, T-E.
T-E.
T-E-M-U. Yeah.
Never heard of it before, but I'm going to find out.
Yeah. You can get some things off it pretty good, but you know, it's got all this spin the wheel here, spin the wheel there, but it's all to suck you in because it always says a disclaimer on the bottom, maximum will be given. Then it'll say, collect your free.
Yeah, of course.
Free gifts, right?
Yeah.
So you go, oh shit, these are free gifts. They must be giving me something for what I've bought. Yeah. And then it'll go on qualifying order. So if you order, say, $100 worth of stuff, they'll let you pick 3 things, right?
Yeah.
And then it gets that way. It's already stuff that you don't want. So yeah. So then I just go into its chat thing and say, hey, robot, you ripped me off. I don't want none of that crap. And then they give you a $20 voucher or something like that.
Yeah. Right.
So it's just the way the bloody thing's programmed.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the way things are going. We have to spend our time talking to robots.
Yeah, you know, YouTube gave me a strike back when Biden was president for talking about the election with Ted.
That's right.
They removed the video and gave me a strike. I should get some kind of reparations for that.
Yeah, you should bloody write to them and say, well, I'm going to write to Trump and tell him what you did.
Yeah, right? Yeah, maybe it'll help me out.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Anytime anybody said the same thing.
Named Greg J.
Anytime you said anything, anyone said, like, I'm not talking under your channel.
Yeah.
A lot of channels found that if they mentioned that or COVID, they got strikes and got hammered pretty hard by YouTube. It does seem to have freed up a fair bit since Trump got in power.
Yeah, he means business. You know, we got a president we can be proud of again.
Yeah, I think on some things, I think we'll have to wait and see how he goes.
Right.
It's going to take a lot longer.
He's got a great team.
I don't understand some of the tariff arguments.
Yeah.
Or is he not explaining it properly? And I understand he wants to eliminate a lot of income tax.
Yes. He wants to replace it with tariffs the way they did before World War I. That's when the income tax was initiated. And it was supposed to be cut off after the war ended, but it never did.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and other countries, you know, they bring their shit in here, they don't have to pay anything. But when we go over there, for our shit there, we got to pay 50 to 100%, tariff. So what Trump did was he just made it equal. Whatever you charge us is what we're going to charge you. That's all he did. That's all he did.
Although he's tariff,
Democrats got their hair on fire running around, you know. I mean, I don't know how anybody can honestly be a Democrat anymore. It's a freak show.
Yeah, but, you know, I think when you look at that congressional thing he did last week, a lot of them, if they were to pack up and say, well, I've made me money, see you later, well, they won't say that. They say, oh, I'm resigning because I want to spend time with my family.
Yeah, but
Right. In reality, there's another rort for them.
Right.
But if they said, Omri, if you looked at that, and a lot of them, and if a lot of them turned around and said, look, it's time we went, and just went, you could find the Democrats would rebuild themselves in a relatively short period of time, really, and be a good force again.
Well,
but you got to have the process where all them old ones that have been there for 25, 30 years plus decide they don't need that big paycheck anymore and are going to go. You know, like it does seem for a lot of them, the only reason why you get rid of them is when they die.
Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? I had something to say on my mind while I was listening, but it'll come back to me. So what do you mean?
Well, you have a look at a lot of them when he did that that Congress speech to Congress.
Right.
If you looked on the Democrat side, especially,
it was a horror show.
you seen there was but heaps of them were like they're well over 70. Like I understand, Trump's not a young chicken himself.
There truly is
But
Trump.
he's got a lot of young people around. But he's got a lot of younger people around him.
Yeah.
But if you look at the Democrats, you just seen.
Yes,
It was like looking at it was like looking at a lot of Grandpa Simpsons.
Yeah.
Just about fossil.
He's got the hottest cabinet in history.
Right.
He's got Tulsi and Pam Bundy, who's unbelievably gorgeous. And she's 60?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But that's just what I noticed is, so, a lot of them turn around and pack up their bags and go.
Yeah.
I think you'll find that they will become a strong political force again. But it's going to be hard to see them get much traction while they've keep hanging on to all these Grandpa Simpsons.
What us taxpayers want is just, peace and prosperity, and Trump can give us that. I don't think Harris would have even tried. Could you imagine what shape the country would be in right now if she had won?
Oh, well, it'd be more of what it was, running around having a crack at Trump instead of getting on with doing things.
But Trump's actually doing
that was the biggest trouble. Look at all the energy they lost trying to prosecute Trump.
I know.
And that probably helped him more in the end than it didn't.
It did. His mugshot became famous. He's giving that. He's looking down like his nose, like that. It's this, like he has his head down, and his eyes are looking up at you. It's pretty cool. Pose. He took advantage of that. Yeah. He's just good. He's a clean operator. I'm telling you, he just deals with the truth, man. You don't have to be hard.
Although it does seem to forget some things.
Yeah. I haven't noticed.
Yeah.
I haven't noticed it.
Yeah.
Really?
I think he's got a lot on his agenda. Yep. So they said something about.
I saw some dude on some news show. He's semi-famous Democrat. He said that Trump has syphilis. I'm like, man. Can't you come up with something better than that? That's crazy.
Yeah, I'd agree with your theory there. Yep. So that's about all I know, Greg. That's about all that's going on. And
yeah.
There's a couple of good pictures there.
Yeah.
So what about Teddy? How are we going? Are we going to do a video of Teddy soon, or?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have that last one, but he didn't want to show that, so he wants to do it again. So we're going to have to upload this one to Patreon that I have.
Yeah.
But he wants to do it again. So it's just going to be an update in his theory. He's got more eggs to put in the basket, And we'll get to that this week. We'll talk to him.
Yeah, so we're going to have a bit of Ted soon.
Yes, I want to have a chat with Neil, too. I haven't seen Neil in quite a long time.
Yep.
Talk to him.
Yep.
And, as far as me, Monday, I'm gonna reach out and find an oncologist and make an appointment. I mean, one of my friends said, just go to the hospital, just go to the ER, but you'll be treated quicker. I might just do that. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do right now.
Yeah, you're probably better off just going to a hospital because you know why? They've got all the equipment there and they just go through bang, 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 bang. And it's not like you go to this one this week and then that one next week.
Yeah.
And it just seems like you're a yo-yo. Keep coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, like going to a dentist. You go to a dentist today for this bit, then come back next week. No, mate, just do the whole blaming lot way there, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. You know,
it is what it is, yes.
Yeah.
Just that's right. At our level, there's not much we can do to change it.
No,
but
there isn't.
No. So,
I mean, I'm healthy, very healthy, but
I
have cancer. You know.
Yeah, some form of it.
Yes, and I tried to defeat it on my own, and I'm not going to say I lost, but fought to a standoff. But I want to heal. I don't, you know.
Yeah, I understand where you come from.
I'm still not done looking for alternatives. So if anyone out there has an alternative, shoot me a link right in the comment section, and I will definitely check it out.
So what have you got up next for everybody, Greg?
Oh,
what have we got for the rest of the second half?
Yeah, I think it's called what's it called, Greg? It's just a minute, I gotta go to the video. Our immortal consciousness.
All right. Yep. Back on consciousness.
Yeah. And, you know, we won't make tonight Space Night. We'll make that next week. And, you know, I like having these chats, too, because it adds new stuff. I know my voice sounds like shit, but I apologize. But I still like talking.
Yeah.
And you're always cool, because we got to get together. I got a couple of movies, man, that's just... I was thinking about setting something up in Discord where the members we can all watch a movie or two together. What do you think of that idea?
Yeah, that's all right. The trouble will be getting all the times to work. Yeah.
Yeah. There's this new movie I saw with my son called The Avengement. Freaking hardcore. It was a good movie. It's an English film. It's pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what do you got going on today? You doing anything special?
Oh, I just fed some animals and marked out some logs I got cut up, and
You're always busy. Busy.
Well, no good. Yeah, but you are too, doing things.
Yeah, try to keep it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's no good sitting around on a chair all day, if you get what I mean, doing nothing.
Right.
You know.
Right.
That's the way I look at it. You might as well do something while you can.
Yes, me too. Yes.
Something that you enjoy doing anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Once I get squared away, you know, I got a whole new idea for a brand new approach. You know, maybe on camera, and just have more diverse subjects, but not, you know, never forget my roots, which is EU and Saturn theory. You know, but I love history too. I'm a history buff. You know.
Yeah, well, the thing is too, as we're going through, you see the chat when you do it. You know, a lot of people are like us, whereby they're not sure. You know, well, it's not we're not sure. It's that why does it keep getting changed? A bit like the victor always writes.
Yeah, right.
You know, the history. Right. And if you have a look, even now, now that the victors that were there, say at the end of World War II, have mostly passed away, you now have a whole new lot of stuff coming out claiming all different things again, right?
Yeah.
And some of it, is not correct because you knew people that were there that said what was happening, and what they're claiming, what some of these people are putting out now. You go, well, that's the total opposite. Where are they getting their evidence from? They don't seem to provide a lot other than a bit of hearsay thing. So I see that history, is all over the place, and who knows how old? Who knows how old anything is?
Right.
You know, like
that's right. Yeah.
Like what we get, what we believe to get told, and what is the truth could be told a long way apart.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. All that information we were taught in school, we don't even know where it came from.
Well,
originally.
That's true too.
Originally.
Yep. So, I'm sure a lot of it's got good reasoning, facts, and that to it, but there's some of it that, well, it's highly questionable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, Greg, I'll let you get on with the second half.
Okay, bub.
And we'll,
let me know when you want to get together. You get a couple of hours so we can chat, and I'm going to get a hold of Ted.
No worries. All right. We'll catch you later.
Thank you, Andy.
See you, Greg.
All right,
Bye.
Bye. All right. We're going to continue to move on here. This is called Our Immortal Consciousness. So, there's no music. Oh, well. I know I have a version with music. Let me see. 1 second, please. Okay. Concepts most central to the system of study which comes out is the concept of immortality of our individual consciousness. There is a long mystical tradition extending back far beyond biblical times which posits a type of immortal soul. St. Paul, in his epistles, has distinguished between the human body and the spiritual body. Long before St. Paul's century, Egyptian priests had the concept of the Ka, and posited that this Ka, or spiritual personality, existed after death, and was the true repository of the essence of consciousness of the person who had lived the life. Egyptians, of course, made very elaborate arrangements for life after death. If life after death is posited as a probability, one may also posit life before birth. Any mother who has had more than one child will testify to the undoubted fact that each child comes into his life or incarnation already equipped with a personality which cannot be explained by environment or heredity. After all the factors of both have been accounted for, there remains a unique personality with which the child seems to have been born. Each child has certain fears, which are not explainable in terms of the fears of the parents. A child, for instance, may be terrified of a thunderstorm. The rest of the family may be perfectly comfortable during such a storm. Another child may be extraordinarily gifted at the playing of an instrument when neither parent nor any relatives, as far back as the parents can remember, had musical ability.
This brings us back to the serious consideration of reincarnation. Reincarnation is one of the most important concepts to be grasped, for through it the universe functions in order to advance the evolution of mankind. This evolution is seen to be not only physical, but also metaphysical, not only of the body, but also of the spirit. And incarnations are seen in this system of philosophy to be opportunities for an individual to continue his evolution through numerous and varied experiences. Although perhaps 2/3 of the world's population embraces or is familiar with a religious system which posits reincarnation, those of us of the Judeo-Christian culture are not as familiar with the concept. Nevertheless, Don's early investigations seem to indicate that reincarnation was a probability and that incarnations contained situations, relationships, and lessons which were far more easily understood in the light of knowledge of the previous incarnations. One succinct example of this relationship, which some are fond of calling karma, is that of a young boy who requests that his name not be used, who in this life had experienced such intense allergies to all living things that he could not cut the grass, smell the flowers, or during the blooming season spend much time at all outside. Under hypnotic regression, he experienced in detail a long life in England. He had been a solitary man whose nature was such as to avoid contact with any human being. He had inherited a fairly large estate, and he spent his life upon it. His one pleasure was the very extensive garden that he maintained. In it, he had his gardeners plant all manner of flowers, fruits, and vegetables. After the life had been discussed, and while the lad was still in trance, hypnotist Lauren Allison asked the boy, as he often did, to contact what is loosely referred to as his higher self. He had the boy ask his higher self if the lesson of putting people first and other things second had been learned. The higher self said that indeed the lesson had been learned. The hypnotist then had the boy ask the higher self if this allergy could be healed, since the lesson had been learned and the allergy was no longer necessary. The higher self agreed. The hypnotist then carefully brought the boy out of the hypnotic state, walked over to his piano on which was placed a magnolia. As magnolia blossoms will do, it had dropped its pollen on the polished surface of the piano. The hypnotist scraped the pollen into his hand, took it over to the boy, and deliberately blew it directly at the boy's nose. "How could you do that to me?" exclaimed the boy. "You know how allergic I am." "Oh, really?" asked the hypnotist. "I don't hear you sneezing." The boy remained cured of his allergy. When we attempt to consider our relationship with the universe, we begin to see that there is a great deal more in heaven and earth than has been dreamt of in most philosophies. It is an unbelievably gigantic universe, and if we have a true relationship to it, we must ourselves be more than or other than our daily lives seem to encompass. In the raw material, a good deal of information is discussed concerning our true relationship with the universe, but it is good to realize that we do have a long tradition of work upon what may perhaps most simply be called the magical personality. Magic is, of course, a much misused term, and is mostly understood as being the art of prestidigitation, or illusion. When one sees a magician, one accepts the fact that one is seeing very skillfully performed illusions. However, there is a study of the so-called magical personality which suggests that there is a thread which runs through our daily lives, which we can grasp, and using that thread, remove ourselves from time to time into a framework of reference points in which we see reality as being that of the spiritual body, that personality which exists from incarnation to incarnation, and indeed, since before the world was. By working upon this magical personality, by interiorizing experience, by accepting responsibility for all that occurs, and by eventually coming to a balance our reactions to all that occurs, so that our actions in our environment are generated within the self and are no longer simple reactions to outward stimulus. We strengthen the so-called magical personality until we are able to have some small claim to the art of causing changes in consciousness at will. This is the classic definition of magic. Each time that a person sustains an unfortunate situation and reacts to it by not giving anger for anger or sadness for sadness, but instead offering compassion and comfort where none is expected, we strengthen that thread of inner self within us, and we become more and more associated with a life that is closely related to the organic evolution of the universe. It is some sense of the wholeness or organic nature of the universe which best informs the student of the UFO's purposes in being here. They have been here by many accounts for thousands of years. At least UFOs have been mentioned, along with many other strange sights in the annals of all early histories, including the Bible. However, as we look for the heart of the cosmic system of philosophy, we find much that is clear and simple, without being simplistic in the least. Much that is ethical without being dogmatic. In short, much that is informative. The nature of reality, which in the main seems to have escaped the notice of man. Man on earth has become very short-sighted in appreciation of the creation. He does not understand the true meaning of the simple and beautiful life that surrounds him. That reminds me of Velikovsky's diagnosis of scotoma. He does not appreciate its generation and regeneration. He learns that the very atmosphere that he breathes is cycled through the plant life to be regenerated to support him and his fellow beings and creatures. And yet this seems, to the vast majority of those who dwell upon this planet, to be an exercise in technology rather than one in theology. There is no awareness of the Creator's plan to provide for his children, to provide for their every desire, and to provide a state of perfection. Man on earth has lost his awareness that is rightfully his. And why has he lost this awareness? He has lost this because he has focused his attention upon devices and inventions of his own. He has become hypnotized by his playthings and his ideas. He is but a child in his mind. All of this may be very simply remedied, and man can once more return to an appreciation of reality rather than an appreciation of the illusion created by his mind. All that is necessary is that he individually avail himself to this appreciation of reality through the process of meditation, for this process stills his active, curious mind, which is continually seeking stimulus within the illusion developed over so many centuries of time upon planet Earth. Very rapidly, then, he can return to an appreciation of the reality and the functioning of the real creation. This is what man of Earth must return to if he is to know reality. The simple thought of absolute love, a thought of total unity with all of his brothers, regardless of how they might express themselves or whom they might be, for this is the original thought of your Creator. The creation of the Father, then, has a very simple nature, a nature in which love is the essence of all things and all their functions. I've always felt that. The answer is love. The creation of the Father, then, yet this real creation obviously is not uppermost in most of our minds because we live in a day-to-day atmosphere, quite often as is an illusion. It is possible through meditation to totally reduce the illusion that you now experience that creates the separation, an illusory separation, to what it actually is, a total illusion. We have been continuing to speak to you about meditation. We have spoken to you many times about reality and about love and understanding. And yet, you do not seem to be able to overcome the illusion. The reason for the illusion is one that man on earth has generated. He has generated it out of desire. The illusion is useful. It is very useful for those who would wish to evolve at a very rapid rate by experiencing it and by using it while within it. Many of us who are now circling your planet would desire to have the opportunity that you have. The opportunity to be within the illusion and then, through the generation of understanding, use the potentials of the illusion. This is a way of gaining progress spiritually and has been sought out by many of our brothers.
I cannot overemphasize the necessity of becoming able to understand the nature of the potentials within your illusion, and then, by self-analysis and meditation, reacting to that in a way that will express the thought that generated us, the thought of our Creator. This was done by the teacher whom you know as Jesus. This man recognized his position. He recognized the illusion. He understood the reasons for the potentials within the illusion, and his reaction to these potentials and activities within the illusion was a reaction which was expressing the thought of the Creator, a thought of love. Keep uppermost in your mind that the illusion that you experience is an illusion that is surrounding you for the purpose of teaching you. It can only teach you if you become aware of its teachings. It is said that he worked his wonders in mysterious ways. This way may seem mysterious. However, it is the only spiritual evolvement. It is the way of spiritual evolvement. There are many souls experiencing the illusion in which you find yourself. However, there are few using this illusion to grow. They are not doing this other than at a subliminal level, because they have not availed themselves through their seeking to a knowledge of the possibility of doing this. Once an individual has become aware of the possibility of using the illusion in which he finds himself in your physical world for the progression of spiritual growth, it is necessary that he take the next step and use his knowledge to express, regardless of the potentials which affect him, the love and understanding of his Creator. For some reason, I just got the thought of that CD by Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion. I mean, how could some 20-somethings come up with something that deep? Is that stuff given to them to perform and do? Many who say that military intelligence and the CIA run the music business. I really don't know if that's true, but I have heard that a few times. Or did that come really from Axl Rose's mind? I've often wondered that. Obviously, he must have been piped into something that was like an antenna that was coming to him. I have many good, great songwriters like Keith Richards, Bob Dylan, many others. They say that they're just an antenna, that the information is already there and they just pick it up. I think Tesla said the same thing. The information is all around us. That's why this article struck me. I think it has an important message in it. If nothing else, we can take that with us. As you have now become aware, meditation is always suggested as the best means of attaining understanding, of progressing spiritually, and of understanding the nature of the illusion and the purpose for which you are experiencing it. Each person is involved in an illusion or game in which we may, if we wish, use our consciousness in meditation in such a way as to create a more rapid growth in personal evolution. But how do we bring ourselves to the point at which this process, which often seems very difficult, is grasped and begun? Desire, my friends, is the key to what you receive. If you desire it, you shall receive it. This was the Creator's plan, a plan in which all of his parts would receive exactly what they desire. Often in the illusion which you now experience, it seems that you do not acquire what you desire. In fact, the opposite seems to be the case in many instances. It is a paradox. It seems that such a statement should be made and that such apparent results of desire are manifested. And yet we state without exception that man receives exactly what he desires. Perhaps, my friends, you do not understand desire. Perhaps this understanding is not within the intellectual mind. Perhaps it will be necessary to spend time in meditation to become aware of your real desire. There is much, much more of you and of the creation than you presently appreciate with your intellectual abilities in your present illusion. It is very difficult for peoples of this planet to give up their illusion, to give up the preconceived knowledge of what they believe to be cause and effect. However, this is not reality. This is illusion, born of illusion. It is a simple product of the complexity that man upon this planet has generated. Join with us in divorcing your thinking from such complexities and become aware of what has created you. Everything that you experience, everything that is thought. Become aware of your Creator. Become aware of his desire. And when you know this desire, you will know your own. For you and your Creator are one, and you are one with all of his parts, and therefore all of your fellow beings throughout all of the creation.
When you know his desire, you will feel it. There will be no more confusion. There will be no more questions. You will have found what you have sought. You will have found love, for this is the desire of your Creator, that all his parts express and experience the love that created you. This can be found simply in meditation. No amount of seeking with intellectual concepts of your people, no amount of careful planning or careful interpretation of the written or spoken word will lead you to the simple truth. One of the concepts most central has a very simple nature: experience, relationships. I really do think that we send out vibes to the universe and it sends them back to us, and that everything is God or the Creator, everything. And why I wanted to share it with you. So when we just meditate, answers come to us. I guess it would. I don't do much meditating.
Well, it appears that I might have one more
proportion to each other. We should think of the most authoritative part of our soul as a guardian spirit given by God, living in the summit of the body, which can properly be said to lift us from the earth towards our home in heaven. For we are creatures not of earth but of heaven, where the soul was first born, and our divine part attaches us by the head to heaven, like a plant by its roots, and keeps our body upright. If therefore a man's attention and effort is centered on appetite and ambition, all his thoughts are bound to be mortal, and he can hardly fail, insofar as it is possible to become entirely mortal, as it is his mortal part that he has increased. But a man who has given his heart to learning and true wisdom, and exercise that part of himself, is surely bound, if he attains to truth, to have immortal and divine thoughts, and cannot fail to achieve immortality as fully as is permitted to human nature. That is surrounding you for the purpose of teaching you. It can only teach you if you become aware of its teachings.
Echoing this belief and the story of Noah in the Bible, even Plato wrote of a recurring cycle of natural disasters.
We have this kind of collective memory, if I can call it that, of a worldwide flood.
You wonder if there's an advanced race, since we have these fossil evidence for groups with larger brains than us. There are a couple different types of big-brained fossil creatures that have been found in the very, very recent past, say the last 30,000 years. Okay, one is called Cro-Magnon. That was very human-like, actually had a significantly larger brain than modern humans. Unbelievable information. That's fall down on the floor, amazing information, okay? That trashes everything the evolutionary theory people have been wanting to talk about. What do we have here? We have something, some sort of huge head and presumably ultra-massive brain that was all over the world, and apparently some cultures like the Mayan worshiped them, in the recent past. This is unbelievable. This is incredible information. Why is it not on all these news stations? I mean, this is unbelievable. Is this the Elohim? Or some extraterrestrials? Is it another just kind of human that was around? What relation do they have to us? Why were some ancient religions worshiping these people? Were other ancient religions worshiping these people? We have to get to the bottom of this. This information is it's the most powerful information. If you want to know who you are, that gives you power, and this is the kind of information that can help you do that.
What fascinates me on this planet is the diverse, many different races we have here. Is it because of environment and locale, or are these all... I've always thought about this.
The more we look at the different race groups on planet Earth, we call ourselves the human race, but we're not one race. We're distinctly several different race groups. And that becomes very interesting, and it's often a very sensitive subject, but something that needs to be discussed openly without, racial prejudice and so forth. So it becomes more and more compelling. The evidence becomes overwhelming that we did not really evolve to this point in time. This cradle of humankind that is being sold to the world doesn't have any human skeletons in it. We have hominids in there, Australopithecus africanus and Mrs. Bless and Littlefoot, and wonderful examples of over 500 fossils that have been excavated from the Sterkfontein caves, just sort of northwest of Johannesburg. Over 500 fossils, if I've got it right, but they're all hominids, no human skeletons there. So these are all the supposedly pre-human evolutionary states. They are not human. This has become a very hot political debate in South Africa because some people believe that you've become a racist and you're drawing racial lines here, and it's got nothing to do with that. You just, you've got to call it what it is. You've got to call it as you find it. You can't start becoming politically sensitive to one group or another.
No, this is anthropology.
Not enough time has passed for these different race groups to have evolved. The strength of the gene pool of Africans defies the movement away from that into somebody like me who's got a little pale skin and gets burned when I run into the sun. You know?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, and there's not enough time that has passed on Earth for us to have evolved so dramatically into these 3 or 4 distinctly different race groups. And that's why when I said earlier, we call ourselves the human race. Well, we're not really the human race, because we are not one race group. We are 3 or 4, possibly more, distinctly different race groups. But the obvious ones are the Caucasians, the Asians, the Chinese. I suppose when I say Asian, I mean the Chinese type look, and then the black African, and that is fascinating stuff, because it becomes a melting pot of debate. That
you talk about just how we evolved on this planet. Robert Saffier does a very thorough job trying to coordinate all
years.
In 1773, explorer James Cook passed through the Antarctic Circle for the first time. Cook and his crew discovered a land that had, until then, remained a mystery. While this expedition remains the official first discovery of the continent, a map was discovered in 1929 that suggests otherwise. The chart was originally discovered in Istanbul, Turkey, while German theologian Gustav Deisman was cataloging the contents of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace's library. He and the palace director came across bundles of maps and charts hidden within piles of disregarded materials.
He quickly realized the importance of his find and brought it to an expert. In 1513, Ottoman Turkish admiral, geographer, and cartographer Piri Reis created a map of the world as it was known until that point. Piri claimed in an inscription that the chart was based on about 20 other maps in Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabic, including some drawn by Christopher Columbus of the New World. In 1517, Piri presented the Piri Reis map to the Ottoman Sultan Selim I, along with several other maps and charts. At that point, the Sultan believed it to be one of the most complete maps in the world, due to the fact that it was based on multiple charts. The map itself. This is a section of the Piri Reis map that shows Antarctica. Piri Reis map is drawn on gazelle skin parchment, measuring roughly 35 by 24 inches. The map is currently in pieces, but the surviving ones show different pieces of the world as they appeared to cartographers in 1513. Along with the usual pieces of land, the Piri Reis map also shows one that's more interesting. Along the bottom section, the map appears to show the northern coast of Antarctica. However, according to almost all historians, the continent hadn't been discovered until 1733. Even more interestingly, the continent is connected to South America and doesn't seem to be covered in ice. One historian, Captain Lorenzo W. Burroughs, an Air Force captain with a background in cartography, claims that the depiction of Antarctica is accurate and that it looks like the continent before it was covered in ice. The Princess Martha Coast of Queen Maud Land in Antarctica appears to be truly represented on the southern sector of the Piri Reis map. He wrote in a letter, "The agreement of the Piri Reis map with the seismic profile of this area made by the Norwegian-British-Swedish expedition of 1949 places beyond a reasonable doubt the conclusion that the original source map must have been made before the present Antarctica ice cap covered the Queen Maud Land coast." As for why Antarctica would be connected to South America, another historian has this answer. Dr. Charles Hapgood, the professor and historian that Burroughs had sent his letter to, claimed that in the past coastlines were exaggerated in size in order to make details easier to see. In the name of these details, coastal accuracies were often overlooked, resulting in continents that seemed more connected. Of course, both of these explanations assume the land on the map is Antarctica. They describe the present of a yet undiscovered land as ancient explorers passing the knowledge down through maps rather than recorded scientific explanations. In contrast, other cartographers have suggested that the landmass could simply be an island and use Hapgood's explanation that sizes were distorted as their proof. The Baghdad Battery. One of the most interesting and highly debated artifacts of the Baghdad Museum in Iraq is a clay pot. It is 5 to 6 inches high and encapsulates a copper cylinder. Suspended in the center of this cylinder, but not touching it, is an iron rod. Both the copper cylinder and the iron rod are held in place with an asphalt plug. The rod shows evidence of corrosion, probably due to the use of an acidic liquid like vinegar or wine. These artifacts, more than one was found, were discovered during the 1936 excavations of an old village, Kajut Rabu, near Baghdad. The village is considered to be about 2,000 years old and was built during the Parthian period, 250 BCE to 224 CE. Although it is not known exactly what the use of such a device would have been, the name Baghdad Battery, or Parthian Battery, comes from one of the prevailing theories established in 1938 when Wilhelm Koenig, the German archaeologist who performed the excavations, examined the battery and concluded that this device was an ancient electric battery. Another theory suggests that they were containers to hold papyrus. After the Second World War, Willard Gray, an American working at General Electric High Voltage Laboratory in Pittsfield, built replicas and filling them with an electrolyte, found that the devices could produce 2 volts of electricity. That's just like a car battery. Each cell is 2 volts, giving you 12. You have 6 of them. It's pretty good. So if the artifact was indeed a battery, what would
electricity have been used for, and why have we not discovered further evidence of its use? If not used as a battery, what would have been the specific use of such a device? It is important to remember that Iraq is considered to be the location of both the Garden of Eden and the Tower of Babel. Who knows how many more artifacts are hidden in this ancient place on Earth, and many, many more all over the planet, as we know. Biblical clues. It was in 1938, while working at Kajut Rabu, just outside Baghdad in modern-day Iraq. In the early 1900s, many European archaeologists were excavating ancient Mesopotamian sites, looking for evidence of biblical tales like the Tree of Knowledge and Noah's Flood. Koenig did not waste his time finding alternative explanations for his discovery. To him, it had to have been a battery. Though this was hard to explain, and did not sit comfortably with the religious ideology of the time. He published his conclusions, but soon the world was at war, and his discovery was forgotten, like many, many other things. More than 60 years after their discovery, the batteries of Baghdad, as there are perhaps a dozen of them, are shrouded in myth. These batteries have always attracted interest as curios, says Dr. Paul Craddock, a metallurgy expert in the ancient Near East from the British Museum. They are a one-off. As far as we know, nobody else has found anything like these. They are odd things. They are one of life's enigmas. No two accounts of them are the same. Some say the batteries were excavated, others that Koenig found them in the basement of the Baghdad Museum when he took over there as director. There is no definite figure on how many have been found, and their age is disputed. Most sources date the batteries to around 200 BC, in the Parthian era, as we discussed. Although this collection of objects is usually dated as Parthian, the grounds for this date is unclear, says Dr. Jan Simpson, also from the Department of Ancient Near East, the British Museum. The pot itself is Sassoonian. This discrepancy presumably lies either in a misidentification of the age of the ceramic vessel or at the site which they were found. Underlying principles. In the history of the Middle East, the Sassoonian period, circa AD 225 to 640, marks the end of the ancient and the beginning of the more scientific medieval era. Though most archaeologists agree the devices were batteries, there is much conjecture as to how they could have been discovered and what they were used for. How could ancient Persian science have grasped the principles of electricity and arrived at this knowledge? Perhaps they did not. Many inventions are conceived before the underlying principles are properly understood, much like AC electricity itself. The Chinese invented gunpowder long before the principles of combustion were deduced, and the rediscovery of old herbal medicines is now a common occurrence. You do not always have to understand why something works just because it does. What if it was used for health? It is certain the Baghdad batteries could conduct an electric current because many replicas have been made, including by students of ancient history under the direction of Dr. Marjorie Cinchel, Professor of History of Science and Technology, Smith College, U.S. I don't think anyone can say for sure that what they were used for, but they may have been batteries because they do work. She says replicas can produce voltages of 0.8 to nearly 2 volts, making an electric current. Requires two metals with different electropotentials and an ion-carrying solution, known as an electrolyte, to ferry the electrons between them. Connected in a series, a set of batteries could theoretically produce a much higher voltage, such as a 12-volt car battery. No wires have ever been found that could prove this had been the case. It's a pity. We have not found any wires, says Dr. Craddock. It means our interpretation of them could be completely wrong. But he is sure the objects are batteries, and that there could be more of them to discover. Other examples may exist that lie in museums elsewhere unrecognized. He says this is especially possible if any items are missing, as the objects only look like batteries when all the pieces are in place. Possible uses of them, the ancient Greeks wrote of the pain-killing effect of electric fish when applied to the soles of the feet. That's treating medically with electricity. I still think that revolution is going to still happen, but who knows how long it's going to take. The Chinese have developed acupuncture by this time, and still use acupuncture combined with an electric current. This may explain the presence of needle-like objects found with some of the batteries, but this tiny voltage would surely have been ineffective against real pain, considering the well-recorded use of other painkillers in the ancient world like cannabis, opium, and wine. I think the ancients were so advanced they probably knew that you could heal using negative electricity. Our cells We have a zeta potential, it's called, of negative 70 millivolts. Other scientists believe the batteries were used for electroplating, transferring a thin layer of metal onto another metal surface, a technique still used today in a common classroom experiment. This idea is appealing because at its core lies the mother of many inventions: money. In the making of jewelry, for example, a layer of gold or silver is often applied to enhance its beauty in a process called gilding. Grape electrolyte. Two main techniques of gilding were used at the time and are still in use today: hammering the precious metal into thin strips using brute force, or mixing it with a mercury base, which is then pasted over the article. These techniques are effective, but wasteful, compared to the addition of a small but consistent layer of metal by electrodeposition. The ability to mysteriously electroplate gold or silver on such objects would not only save precious resources and money, but could also win you important friends at court. The palace kingdom, or even the sultan's daughter, may have been the reward for such knowledge, and motivation to keep it secret. Testing this idea in the late 70s, Dr. Arne Inquizition, the director of Romer and Palacios Museum in Heidelberg, connected many replica Baghdad batteries together using grape juice as the electrolyte, and claimed to have deposited a thin layer of silver onto another surface, just 1/10,000th of a millimeter thick. Other researchers, though, have disputed these results and have been unable to replicate them. There does not exist any written documentation of the experiments which took place in 1978. Currently, a researcher based at the same time at Romer, Dr. Bettina, said, the experiments weren't even documented by photos, which really is a pity. Tingling idols? Another larger voltage can be obtained by connecting more than one battery together. It is the ampage which is the real limiting factor. Many doubt whether high enough power could ever have been obtained, even from tens of Baghdad batteries. Well, it's like a car battery. Each cell is 2 volts. You get 12 volts. That can run a light or something. Like I said, maybe they were used for healing. One serious flaw with the electroplating hypothesis is the lack of items from this place and time that have been treated in this way. The examples we see from this region and era are conventional gold plating and mercury gilding, says Dr. Craddock. There's never been any untouchable evidence to support the electroplating theory. He suggests a cluster of batteries connected in parallel may have been hidden inside a statue or idol. He thinks that anyone touching the statue may have received a tiny but noticeable electric shock, something akin to the static discharge that can infect offices. I have always suspected you would get tricks done in the temple. The statue of a god could be wired up and priests could ask questions. If you gave the wrong answer, you'd touch the statue and would get a minor shock, along with perhaps a small mysterious blue flash of light. Get the answer right, and the trickster or priest could disconnect the batteries with no shock. The person would then be convinced of the power of the statue, priest, and the religion. Magical ritual. It is said, to the uninitiated, science cannot be distinguished from magic. In Egypt, we know this sort of thing happened with Hero's engine, Dr. Craddock says. Hero's engine was a primitive steam-driven machine, and like the battery of Baghdad, no one is quite sure what it was used for, but are convinced it would work. If this idol could be found, it would be a strong evidence to support the new theory. With the batteries inside, was this object once revered, like the Oracle of Delphi in Greece, and charged with godly powers? Even if the current were insufficient to provide a genuine shock, it may have felt warm, a bizarre tingle to the touch of the unsuspecting finger. At the very least, it could have just been the container of these articles to keep their secret safe. Perhaps it is too early to say the battery has been convincingly demonstrated to be part of a magical ritual. Further examination, including accurate dating of the battery's components, are needed to really answer the mystery. No one knows if such an idol or statue that could have hidden the batteries really exists, but perhaps the opportunity to look is not too far away. These objects belong to the successors of the people who made them. Let's hope the world manages to resolve its problems so people can go ahead and see them. The Baghdad Battery. What do you think?
$2 billion mega reactor discovered in Africa.
In 1972, a worker at a nuclear fuel processing plant noticed something suspicious in a routine analysis of uranium obtained from a normal mineral source from Africa. As is the case with all natural uranium, the material under study contained 3 isotopes, 3 forms of different atomic masses. Uranium-238, the most abundant variety, uranium-234, the rarest, and uranium-235, the isotope that is coveted because it can sustain a nuclear chain reaction. For weeks, specialists at the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA, remained perplexed. Elsewhere, in the Earth's crust, on the Moon, and even in meteorites, we can find uranium-235 atoms that make up only about 0.72% of the total. But in the samples that were analyzed, which came from the Okio deposit in Gabon, a former French colony in West Africa, uranium-235 constituted only about 0.717%. That small difference was enough to alert French scientists that there was something very strange going on with the minerals. These small details and further
investigation showed that a part of the mine was well below the normal amount of uranium-235. However, some 200 kilograms appears to have been extracted, which is enough material to make roughly a half a dozen nuclear bombs in the distant past. Soon, researchers and scientists gathered from all over the world to try to explore just what was going on with the Oklo uranium. What was found in Oklo surprised everyone gathered there at the site where the uranium originated from. Actually, it's an advanced uranium reactor that goes way beyond our present knowledge. Researchers believe it is 1.8 billion years old, and that it operated for 500,000 years in the past. Scientists performed other investigations at the uranium mine. The results were made public. Conference at the International Atomic Agency. According to news agencies in Africa, researchers found fission products and fuel waste at various locations within the mine's area. Incredibly, our modern nuclear reactors are not comparable, both in design and functionality, with this huge mega reactor. In studies, this ancient nuclear reactor was several kilometers long. Interestingly, a larger reactor like this, the thermal impact on the environment was limited to just 40 meters on all sides. What they found, even more astonishing, are the radioactive waste has still not moved from the limits, as they still have been held in place, thanks to the geology of the area. What is surprising is that a nuclear reaction had occurred in a way that the plutonium, the byproduct, was created, and the nuclear reaction itself had been moderated, which is considered as a holy grail for atomic science. The ability to moderate the reaction. Once the reaction was initiated, it was possible to average out the output in a controlled way. The ability to prevent catastrophic explosions or the release of the energy at a single time. Researchers have dubbed the nuclear reactor at Oklo as a natural nuclear reactor, but the truth about it goes beyond all ways of understanding.
Some of the researchers that participated in the testing of the nuclear reactor concluded that the minerals had been enriched in the distant past. They figure around 1.8 billion years ago to spontaneously produce a chain reaction. They also concluded that water had been used to moderate the reaction in the same way that the modern nuclear reactors cool down using graphite cadmium shafts, preventing the reactor from going into critical state and exploding all of this in nature. However, Dr. Glenn T. Seaborg, former head of the United States Atomic Energy Commission and Nobel Prize winner for his work in the synthesis of heavy elements, pointed out that for uranium to burn in a reaction, conditions must be exactly right. For example, the water involved in the nuclear reaction must be extremely pure. Even a few parts per million of contaminant will poison the reaction, bringing it to a halt. The problem is that no water that pure exists naturally anywhere in the world.
Several specialists talked about the incredible nuclear reactor at Oakville, stating that at no time in the geologically estimated history of the Oakville deposits was the uranium sufficiently rich, i.e. uranium-235, for a natural nuclear reaction to occur. When these deposits were formed in the distant past, due to the slowness of the radioactive decay of U-235, the fissionable material would have constituted only 3% of the total deposits, something too low, mathematically speaking, for a nuclear reaction to take place. However, a reaction took place mysteriously, suggesting that the original uranium was far richer than uranium-235 than it is found in a natural formation.
Alright, well, it seems that we've come to the end of the night. We've been going 5 hours, 13 minutes. So I had a great time. I really did. Next week, we'll get back to Saturn theory. I've been kind of wanting to reacquaint myself with it. You know, it's been a while. So, I'm gonna get this off. Let's say hello. Hello everybody. God the Son, Jesus Christ saves. Yeah, I was saved when I was 10 years old. I remember that very well. Well, we had a pretty decent crowd tonight, and I'm sorry I have a swollen tongue, so I'm having kind of a hard time talking. But I need to use it as much as possible. So I can get, just for it to go down. I have no idea. But anyways, I don't want to bore you. I'll see you next week. I'll shoot for Saturday. And I love you all. I really do. Take care. Thank you so much for watching. I think I'll end on a song.
Earth's magnetic field is weakening, but it's not about to reverse. We owe our existence to the Earth's magnetic field, the invisible barrier that protects the planet from the harsh radiation of space. But this shield is far from static and tends to wane and even reverse at semi-regular intervals. With the magnetic field currently weakening, there's been a lot of talk in recent years that another flip might be imminent, but a new study has looked at the history of these events and found that a reversal probably isn't about to happen. I think it's reset itself a couple times, but the mainstreamers, they can't make up their minds. I'll continue. The cause for concern starts with what's known as the South Atlantic Anomaly. SAA. In this area, stretching across the Atlantic Ocean from Chile to Zimbabwe, the magnetic field is substantially weaker than elsewhere in the world. Ever since this region was discovered in 1958, it's been growing as part of an overall weakening of the entire magnetic field over the last few centuries. The end result of that trend appears to be the reversal of the poles. Historically, magnetic north and south switch places every 200 to 300,000 years, and we're actually well overdue for such an event. It's been about 780,000 years since the last one. Although doomsayers love to shout about how a pole reversal would rain down hellish amounts of radiation onto Earth. NASA says that our biggest concern would just be buying new compasses. But how likely is that scenario anyway? To find out, researchers from the University of Liverpool, home of the Beatles, GFZ, German Research Center for Geosciences, and the University of Iceland looked to past fluctuations in the field. A weakening magnetic field doesn't always mean that the poles are about to reverse. More often, more often than not, the field recovered its original structure, and this waning, recovering event is known as geomagnetic excursion. The intensity of the Earth's magnetic field at the surface and the radial field of the cosmic microwave background. During the last two excursions, the Lachamp top and Mono Lake bottom events, University of Liverpool. The researchers modeled the geomagnetic field between 30,000 and 50,000 years ago. Their aim was to examine the two most recent geomagnetic excursions. The Lachamp, which occurred about 41,000 years ago, and the Mono Lake, which occurred about 34,000 years ago. Team found that the magnetic field at those times looked nothing like it does today, indicating that the current changes aren't rare signs of any impending excursion or reversal. Indicating that the current changes aren't warning signs of any impending excursion or reversal. Now that's interesting. 30 to 50,000 years ago, one says 41,000, 34. I'm thinking that, the Earth's magnetic field the Earth had to get magnetized. So, and Dr. Velikovsky claims in Earth and Upheaval that the rocks in certain mountainous regions are 100 times more magnetic than the Earth's field. And that kind of, to me, says that there was once a giant body charging the Earth. The only way it's going to go up is if this planet was meant to go around a yellow dwarf, G-class star like the sun. It was meant to go around a brown or a red dwarf. That could explain why the insects are dying now, fish are dying in the millions. I don't know, but it's possible. With the cosmic rays coming in, the atmosphere could change, and next thing you know, phases out one kind of life and paves the way for the next. There has been speculation that we are about to experience a magnetic polar reversal or excursion, says Richard Holm, co-author of the study. However, by studying the two most recent excursion events, we show that neither bear resemblance to current changes in the geomagnetic field, and therefore it is probably unlikely that such an event is about to happen. Our research suggests instead that the current weakening field will recover without such an extreme event, and therefore is unlikely to reverse. Well, I don't know about recovering.
I think the magnetic field of the Earth probably has a lot to do with the sun cycles. We shall soon see. But I suppose we'll get to thunderbolts in a bit here. To back up, the team also found 2 periods where the field structure was most similar to how it is today. 49,000 and 46,000 years ago. Okay. I assume they're going by the little readings in the rocks. The field at these times had anomalies similar to, but much stronger than, that over the South Atlantic today, and yet neither developed into anything. Studies of chlorine and beryllium isotopes indicate that more cosmic radiation was indeed reaching the surface 46,000 years ago. The results of, as well as other similar studies, should help allay any fears of an impending pole reversal. Not only is it not likely to happen anytime soon, but even if it did, we don't have anything to worry about because they say so. General Cook says that the Earth will never turn over. It's impossible. That's just his opinion, but I like that. Thought of an Earth turning over. It'd do much for me. Let's see. And this is from the National Academy of the Sciences. All right. And then let's take a look at Thunderbolts group. The ties that bind Earth and the Sun are joined together. The 4 magnetospheric multiscale satellites, MMS, were launched March 12, 2015 on a mission to study the magnetic field around the Earth, especially what scientists like to call magnetic reconnections. According to the theory, events. According to the theory, when magnetic field lines cross and reconnect through some unknown mechanism, they are supposed to detonate, releasing large quantities of heat, light, and electrical energy. The fatal flaws in magnetic reconnection theory are not the topic of this paper. Suffice to say that magnetic field lines are merely representations that are no more capable of detonation than lines of longitude are. The MMS piggybacks on the time mission that was launched in 2001. The thermosphere, ionosphere, mesosphere, energetics, and dynamic spacecraft is currently in orbit analyzing solar influences on the Earth, especially the mesosphere and lower thermosphere, ionosphere, a region near 60 to 180 kilometers in altitude. The highest levels of the atmosphere are not well understood, especially the thermosphere, where the sun's energy begins to interact with atmospheric particles. Just how this relationship works continues to be investigated. However, time detected a 10-fold decline in the thermosphere's temperature since 2002. Time measured the amount of ultraviolet light from the sun, finding a significant decrease since the start of the solar minimum. The amount of infrared radiation emitted by nitric oxide molecules also declined, the sun implying that the upper atmosphere cooled over the course of solar minimum. Temperatures in the thermosphere are dependent on solar radiation. Extreme ultraviolet light is absorbed by the residual oxygen and becomes electrically charged with increasing molecular motion. Fast molecular motion is known as heat. So even though a household thermometer would register temperatures below zero in the thermosphere, it is considered hot, sometimes reaching over 1500 degrees Celsius during solar maximum. The MMS constellation, as well as others scheduled for launch before the end of the decade, the Geospace Electrodynamic Connections mission and the Magnetospheric Constellation missions, are part of a widespread international consortium known as Global Electric Circuit Project. We will do this through development of improved understanding and processes controlling the charge and discharge of electrified clouds. The electrical coupling
between the atmosphere and ionosphere and the flow of current throughout the system. The 22-year solar cycle is now known to energize Earth's climate. Earth's environment is part of a circuit in the solar system with the sun as the primary electrode, although the solar energy varies over time, corresponding with sunspot cycles. Well, you increase the electricity and you increase the magnetosphere. That variance amounts to less than 0.1%. Electricity from space is injected into the thermosphere from charged particles emitted by the sun, otherwise called solar wind, speeding along massive Birkeland currents through a closed circuit. When solar winds are at a minimum, the electric currents decline in amperage, thereby decreasing the strength of the Earth's magnetosphere. There you have it. It's controlled by the sun. As the magnetosphere declines in strength, it is less able to deflect energetic ions arriving from deep space, known as cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are charge carriers, and those ions are able to reach the troposphere. Collisions between charge and neutral particles drag air molecules along with them, influencing low-level cloud cover. More clouds reflect more radiation from the sun back to space. Clouds are white because they are acting like mirrors to all forms of visible light. More reflection means less solar energy, more cloud cover, and so on. Solar maximum is now considered to be over, and the sun is returning to a more passive state. Correspondence between the sun's electric field strength, cosmic rays, the Earth's magnetosphere, cloud cover, and climate are continuing to be investigated. Electric universe advocates expect further confirmation of the connection. Stephen Smith. Leo the Lion, July 23rd, August 22nd. It's a fire sign. It's a fire sign. Abstract meaning, the power of express the I am. All
Sorry about that. I was a little late getting there. Alright, that's going to stop for tonight. I'll be back next Saturday. And hopefully I'll feel better. And this week I'm going to find out what's going to really go down with this affection I have. So I know that a lot of you really care. And that means more than I can explain. Thank you so much. I will see you next week. Alright, take care.
Stating them as facts. There is always in the crowd of the old head machine. Kindness takes a bit of the sting away. Very grateful for that. Asking only for as much as you can do. I just hate talking about it.
Secrets of the universe. Secrets of the universe. Take a drink from Lysergi's cup. At the eye there's a heaven. Other rooms on Venus. Dinosaur hoax theory. One-inch manuscript. Atlantis Hyperborea. Airships of the 1890s. Medieval ancient coins and giants of Peru. Cities on the moon. Antarctica. Off-hero figurines, the Nazi UFO thing. Skulls of Peru. Temple of the Doom. Now what is it? Knowledge. Dr. C said he is unacknowledged. Secret from the scholars. Electric solar system, electric stars, cold plasma, Dealey Plaza, secret from the scholars.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Bird. The bird's a winner when a bird. Bird is a winner when a bird. When a bird is a winner when a bird. The bird's a winner when a bird. When a bird is a winner when a bird. The bird's a winner when a bird. The bird's a winner when a bird. When a bird is a winner when a bird. The bird's a winner when a don't you know about the bird when everybody knows that the bird is a winner when a bird.